All right, good morning. We're going to get started with an invocation from Pastor Leslie Broadbent of OKC First Methodist Church downtown, and then we'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilman David Greenwell.
Would you bow with me? O God of us all, we pray for your blessings upon this meeting and upon this great city. We pray for your justice and mercy, your love and righteousness. O God, in the seat of power, these leaders indeed are your humble servants today. We pray that wisdom that only can come from you would be upon them. We pray for that wisdom with these complex and difficult issues of streets and codes and taxes and homelessness and poverty, and diversity, and even today, street lights. God, we pray that you would cut through the bureaucracy and produce your justice. Let your will be known today. Help these council members hear from you, setting aside their own agendas and follow you. Finally, pour out your blessings and your Holy Spirit upon these leaders and their families and the citizens of this great city. Oh God, love us. Help us to know that love. Help us to live that love. Come, Holy Spirit, lead us and guide us. Fall upon this city. We pray in the powerful name of Jesus. Amen.
Please face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good morning. By the way, Pastor, I appreciate a pastor who has read the council agenda. Thank you for... I call this meeting of the City Council to order, and that brings us to item 3 on the agenda, which is items from the Office of the Mayor, and we have a couple to take care of, and so I'll make my way to the front for that. Why don't we have our friends from Allied Arts come up? And I'm going to try to be better about standing in front of the podium. So it is that time again for our campaign. This Allied Arts, if you don't know, provides a very important service in our community and funds partially many of our arts agencies, a couple dozen. And that operational funding, having been on the boards of some of those agencies, I can tell you is so absolutely critical to being able to have a cultural community that we can be proud of. And so we're always happy to honor Allied Arts and bring them here. It's a annual tradition, sometime usually in January or February, and we're thrilled that you join us here this morning. And to learn a little bit more about you and your campaign, we have a proclamation, and I would ask the clerk to read.
Whereas the arts enhance every aspect of life in Oklahoma City, contributing to economic development efforts, enriching our quality of life, driving tourism, and exerting a profound positive influence on the development of our youth. Whereas youth arts education helps to foster discipline, creativity, imagination, self-expression, and problem-solving skills, while also helping to develop a heightened appreciation of artistic endeavors and cross-cultural understanding. Whereas the nonprofit arts industry generates direct economic activity of more than $602 million and supports the full-time equivalent of more than 20,000 jobs in the greater Oklahoma City area alone. Allied Arts has served as the champion of Central Oklahoma's cultural community and has infused more than $67 million to enhance our city's quality of life since 1971. Whereas Allied Arts impacts an average of 40 arts and cultural organizations annually and helps to fill the funding gap for arts education in underserved schools, healing arts for the sick, disabled, and veterans, and to ensure free and affordable arts programming for all. Whereas the month of February is recognized as Allied Arts Month by the City of Oklahoma City, local businesses, and nonprofits, and the community at large, in recognition of the organization's vital support for our cultural community. Now therefore, David Holt, the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of February as Allied Arts Month in Oklahoma City, and he calls upon citizens to celebrate and promote the arts and culture in our community and to especially encourage greater participation in the arts by all citizens.
Well, very good. We have Deborah Center, the CEO of Allied Arts, here today, and maybe you could introduce your friends and tell us a little bit else about what's going on this month, or next month.
Thank you, Mayor Holt. Yes, we have Doug Stussy of Loves and John Higginbotham of Bank of Oklahoma, who will lead our campaign efforts this year, and we will be honoring Frank and Kathy Keating as our honorary chairs. Next week, we will kick off that campaign at the National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum with a goal to raise $3.3 million or more with the help of all of our friends. And certainly all of council, we invite you to come join us at the National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum. As always, we brought you just a little something to remember us, so I'm going to ask one of the team to do that. But Mayor, one of the things I really wanted to share with you is one of the ways that we do the fundraising is that we go into workplaces all over the city, over 100 workplaces each year. And I am so proud to say that the city of Oklahoma City is our second largest workplace that we do. I think it's very impressive and shows how very generous the employees of the city of Oklahoma City are. It is. That is a big congratulations. So we thank you for that, and we know we had so many of our arts groups in full force to hear your State of the City speech, because we want you to know that the arts support you, and we thank you for knowing how important it is for the quality of life for our citizens.
Let's thank our arts community one more time.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Now we have one more. If Katie Kinder would join me up here. Hi, Katie. Of course, every month we recognize a Teacher of the Month here. And this month's teacher comes to us from Putnam City Schools, one of our 24 school districts in the city, but our second largest, I expect, in the metro. So, of course, my alma mater. We're very glad to have you here. We're grateful for your service, and we want to learn a little bit more about you. So I will ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Katie Kinder has been named Teacher of the Month for January 2019 by the Putnam City Schools Foundation and the Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. Whereas Katie is an outstanding 8th grade English teacher at Kenneth Cooper Middle School in Putnam City. And Katie is in her 13th year of teaching. Whereas Katie has been named the top 5 excellent educator by Putnam City Schools because of her creative instructional methods and deep compassion for children from diverse backgrounds. Whereas Katie allows children to be who they are and sets high expectations for their learning, which has led her to receive recognition as her Builders Teacher of the Year and as one of the first to give a State Department of Education Ed Talk. Whereas Katie has served the Cooper facility as a mentor teacher, regularly uses social media to engage with colleagues, and was asked to lead professional development on engagement strategies for her peers. Whereas over 130 of Katie's students have been published in the Creative Communicators Poetry Competition, and she has been published on Oklahoma Council of Teachers of English Voices. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Katie Kinder on her selection as the January 2019 Teacher of the Month by the Putnam City Schools Foundation and the Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
Well, very good. Why don't we actually adopt this resolution? And I think Cooper would be in your ward. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. You are the Teacher of the Month. Now, we would love it if you would say a few words. You're an English teacher, so please refrain from grading this resolution. But we would love if you'd share a few thoughts and maybe also introduce your support team that came here today.
Well, that was precious. That's just going to make me cry. I had no idea that those precious words were going to be written about me. This is Dr. Rhodes, who's our superintendent, who I'm so happy to have today, and my principal, Mrs. Deason, and my good friend, Jennifer Seals, who's in charge of the foundation, and she does so much for our school district, which I happen to think is the best, right? Oftentimes my kids come to me from, and I'll cry, from poverty and abuse. And we do this because we want to affect change for them. And we don't do it for accolades. Although when we're seen like this, it makes a difference. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you. And all of you. Thank you, Fred, for being here again. Well, we are done with the Office of the Mayor. Sometimes that's when people kind of wander out. That's okay. I'm going to make my way back to the horseshoe. All right. Well, that brings us to item 4, Journal of Council Proceedings. There's 2 items there. We can take them with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 5, request for uncontested continuances. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, we have several, Mayor. The first one we have is on page 15. It's under the items requiring a separate vote. It's item 9B. And the applicant has actually requested that we withdraw PUD 1669. That's item 9B. So that will be withdrawn. On page 16, item 9E1. All of these items that I'll list are being stricken. The first one is item A, 2908 Fairfield Avenue, owner is secured. Then item E, 104 Southeast 19th Street, the owner is secured. Item G, 805 Northeast 24th Street, the owner has secured. Item H, 408 Northwest 30th Street, the owner has secured. And then item J, 724 Northwest 89th Street, and we need to strike that one to re-notify. And on page 17, also on 9F1, I'm sorry, it's on page 17, 9F1, the first item is item B, 2908 Fairfield Avenue, owner has secured. Item H, 805 Northeast 24th Street, the owner has secured. Item I, 408 Northwest 30th Street, the owner has secured. And then item J, 724 Northwest 89th Street, again to re-notify the owner. And that is all the items I have.
Okay. Item 6, revocable permits. There's nothing today, which means we'll recess the council meeting and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority. So here we have on the first agenda items A, B, C, D, and E, but there was also an additional item that was noticed properly but separately from the agenda. Francis, can we take all those, including the additional item, with one motion? Okay.
Move all the items.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to, we will now adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority. All we have there is claims and payroll, but just to be careful, we'll go ahead and take a motion on that too. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCPPA. Convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust. Again, all we have is claims and payroll. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn. Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust reconvene as the council, where we find ourselves at bottom of page 3, item 7, the consent docket. We have all the items listed here, but I would also draw your attention to the fact that we have an extra item that was also noticed properly, but on a separate agenda from this, and I would consider a motion to include both the items listed on the first agenda and this extra item.
Move those items subject to individual consideration.
All right. Is there anything anybody wants to pull out? I don't believe we have any scheduled presentations under the consent docket today.
You can just let us vote on A, B, like boy, separately.
I'm sorry, so A, B separately? Okay. Okay?
And Mayor, could I just ask a question about 7M?
Okay. Is there any other item? All right, well, we'll start there then. 7M.
I think this question may be for Eric, because I'm not sure if he is close by or not. But this is a change order on some traffic signals. And I was curious whether or not we are talking about the preemption systems here. And I was curious whether or not this helps us with signal prioritization or not, Eric. So I'm looking at 7M.
Thank you. So yes, 7M is an item that is unit price amendments to an existing contract that did allow the Public Works Department to go out and actually do some additional work on the streetcar system for preemption. So we had the contract in place. We just didn't have the specific GPS control items and a few other unit price items. And so your ratification of the actions of the city engineer today will allow us to then finish that up this week and make payment to the contractor for the work done.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other discussion on any item? All right, so we have a motion and a second for all of the items, including the extra item, but not including 7AB, which we will vote on separately. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then I would entertain a motion on 7AB. Second. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes 7-2. All right, that concludes the consent docket and brings us over to item 8, the concurrence docket on page 12. I would entertain a motion here. We can take them all with one.
Move those items subject to individual consideration.
Okay, is there anything anybody wants to pull out or talk about? Got a motion, or did I have a second? Got a motion and a second? Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to items requiring separate votes. Page 15 on your printed agenda. We've got 9A. This is ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval. It's a special permit to operate a drinking establishment in Bricktown. Councilwoman Nikki Nice. Are you the applicant?
Well, good morning.
You want to start there?
Go ahead. Yes, let's start there.
Good morning. We're happy to request a special permit. We've been an attraction in Bricktown for over 10 years, and this is a new facility we're moving to, so we'd be most pleased if we're able to get this permit.
Okay.
I don't believe we had any protesters for this, so I would move the item.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 9B was previously withdrawn. That brings us to item 9C. This is a public hearing regarding an ordinance related to zoning and planning code. This had a presentation at the last meeting in our custom under our resolution adopted a decade ago. We have 3 meetings on these ordinance changes, and this is the second of those 3. This is the public hearing, and there actually are 2 people who have signed up to speak, and we'll take them in the order they've been handed to me. And so first it's Linda Mioli. Linda, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address for the record.
I will. Good morning. I'm Linda Mioli, 607 Northwest 7th Street, Oklahoma City. And I am just here to throw my support for the changes in the ordinance. Your staff did an absolutely wonderful job. We would have liked a little more out of it, but we're very happy with the changes, and hopefully you will approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Bleakley.
Getting double-teamed this morning. I'm Bill Bleakley. I also reside at 607 Northwest 7th. I'm also appearing as president of the South of St. Anthony Neighborhood Association, which encompasses the Cottage District. We have been working with the city planning staff for probably a period of 4 years on matters relating to the ordinances that cover the Cottage District. I'm here to give accolades to the staff. They've been very patient with us. They've gone to great lengths to have meeting and engage all parties in the process. And we've resolved some issues that are going to make life easier for the Urban Design Commission and the Board of Adjustment and everyone else in the process that deals with this. So we just want to say thank you to the planning staff and the Board of Directors of the Susanna concur or support fully the passage of these code changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak under the public hearing of item 9C? Okay. Moving on, 9D1, public hearing regarding the dilapidated structures listed here, items A through F. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on these items? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion for item 9D2, the resolution declaring that the structures are dilapidated. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9E1, this is the public hearing regarding the unsecured structures listed here, save the ones that were previously withdrawn. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on any of these items under the public hearing portion of item 9E? All right, seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution provided for under 9E2. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9F1, this is the public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings listed here, except for the ones previously withdrawn. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak under this public hearing portion? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion for 9F2, resolution declaring that the buildings are abandoned. We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to 9G1. This is a joint resolution authorizing Collins, Zorn, and Wagner to represent municipal employee and Oklahoma City Police Officer Kyle Holcomb in the United States District Court in the case styled Turner v. City of OKC. I don't believe we require executive session. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9H1, resolution authorizing and directing the municipal councilor to enter into an agreed settlement in the case styled Walton v. City of OKC. I was told there was not necessarily a need for an executive session. I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9I, enter into executive session on advice of the municipal councilor to receive confidential communications regarding the case of City of Oklahoma City versus Hilltop Plaza. We would handle this at the end of the meeting, but we would need to take a vote now to enter into executive session at that time.
Move the matter into executive session.
We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We will again go into executive session at the conclusion of our other business. 9J, enter into executive session to discuss collective bargaining negotiations for the fiscal year 2019-2020 with the FOP, the IAF, and AFSCME. Got a motion and a second to go into executive session. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We will handle that as well at the conclusion of our other business. Which brings us to 9K1, claims recommended for denial. There are items A through D. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak? Seeing none, I don't believe we need an executive session, so I'd entertain a motion to take all the claims at once. Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 10A1, claims recommended for approval. There is, I see what you're doing. We did have an extra item requiring separate vote. This, again, was properly noticed, but in a separate agenda, and this is, so this doesn't have a designation other than it's extra item 1 under items requiring separate votes. This is a resolution approving the compromise and settlement agreement entered into with the International Association of Firefighters Local 157 to settle disputed claims related to arbitration awards issued in, et cetera.
Move the resolution.
Okay. Did you have something to say?
Do you want an executive session? He wants an executive session.
You want an executive session?
Before.
No. Oh, no, we already approved that. This is on the arbitration with the firefighters. You do want an executive session? Okay. All right. So
Move the
this
item
would
into executive session.
be a motion for executive session.
Kenny was also asking if we could have an executive session on H that we'd already approved. The staff looked at that and asked if we could come back and have a briefing.
Okay. You still want to do that even though we've approved it already? Huh? Okay. All right. We'll go back then and handle that. Kenny, you're not allowed to leave the room anymore. Okay. All right. So currently we're on a motion for the extra item, enter into an executive session on the arbitration case. We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll go into executive session and potentially come back for a resolution afterwards. And then we will...
Do we need a motion to rescind?
So we have to rescind because there's...
On H, all we need is a motion to enter into executive session, and then if we want to rescind the action that was taken.
We could do that later. Okay. Because it is and executive session. So we can do both, just in an odd order. We can. Okay. So...
Sorry I was out. I was actually talking about this very thing while I was out.
We'll return to 9H2. So again, we've already approved 9H1, but now we would like to enter into executive session under 9H2.
Move 9H2 into executive session.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Again, we'll handle that at the end of the meeting with the other executive sessions. And where were we?
Claims for approval.
Okay, we've got 10A1, claims recommended for approval. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the claims.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay. And that brings us to item 11, items from council. We have two items here. We might handle those before we go around the horseshoe. Item 11A, this is an ordinance to be introduced, set for public hearing February 12th, final adoption potentially on February 26th, relating to noise. This has been brought to us by Councilman McAtee. Do you want to start us off?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We've received several inquiries from citizens from the southwest portion of Oklahoma City, the area south of I-40, and west, say, of Mustang Road all the way to the end of the city limits. There's a significant amount of oil and gas exploration and production going on out there, and I'll let our expert tell you what this is intended to do. This is to try to bring some balance to the noise situation that's out there through the use of certain type of braking mechanisms that create a lot of noise.
Thank you. Council, essentially the noise that Councilman McAtee is referring to is coming from the use of engine brakes that are used by large vehicles. These allow compressed air in the engine to be released through the exhaust system, and by doing so they typically cause loud staccato noises. I understand there's been a series of complaints regarding the disturbance that this noise causes. This amendment would prohibit the use of engine brakes to the point that they cause an excessive noise disturbance. It also adds for a definition of the engine brake, which previously didn't exist in the ordinance.
So this is for introduction, and it's to bring balance out there. It's not to penalize any one industry, and so we'll see how it goes. So that's what it's all about.
Could, for a layperson, could you provide a little bit more explanation? So is this like a secondary braking system that they all have the traditional braking system?
Yes.
But why would they use this instead of the traditional braking
These are
system?
typically used to augment the existing, what we call the friction brake system. So if you imagine large trucks that are carrying large loads, or if they're traveling down steep grades, if they were to rely solely on the friction brakes, it could cause them to fail or wear out. Also, just normal use, the friction brakes wear out, even on flat roads. So the engine brake system was developed to supplement or augment the friction brake system. It's not necessary to stop or slow the vehicle, but it's used in conjunction with the brakes. It's activated by the driver. A lot of western states where there, a lot of steep grades, they actually require the use of these brakes. But here in Oklahoma City, it wouldn't be necessary to use them in our terrain.
You may know the term Jake brakes. This is what is called in the industry Jake brakes. And some of our surrounding municipalities have also addressed the situation. And there is a provision that should the driver of the truck feel it's necessary for safety reasons to implement it on an ad hoc basis, they can do it for emergencies.
Thank you.
David?
Larry, I'm sorry, I didn't read this very closely. Are we saying throughout all of Oklahoma City or just certain sections of Oklahoma City these would be forbidden?
Under the advice of the municipal counselor's office, Kenny, you can speak to this. The impression that I got was, and that's why it's been drafted this way, is for the entire city to try to make it uniform, but make it non-prohibitive to implement.
Not just Ward 3.
Yes, we already discussed it. There would be signs put on the exits to highways, so there'll be some notice of it. And it's, as you can imagine, it will be difficult to enforce. Right. Basically, the officer has to be next to it and be able to identify who uses the Jake brake.
Thank you.
Any other questions, discussion? We would need a motion to introduce the ordinance. Larry?
I move the motion.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That will have a public hearing on February 12th and final consideration on February 26th. Item 11B is a resolution acknowledging the cultural and historic significance of the property at 1440 North Everest Avenue, known as the Brockway Center, etc. Councilwoman Nice.
Thank you. Do want to bring to attention of the significance of this building. Most recently, the Care Center has obtained the building, and this is a historical place for the community, and the reason that is because of the Oklahoma Federation of Negro Women's Clubs, which in its existence operated in Oklahoma in the early 1900s, and they had many clubs as far as helping those in different communities. And with this Brockway Center, it was established, I believe Mrs. Brockway deeded it to the Women's Club in the 60s, but they named it after her because she did do that, but she was the first president of this club. And the reason it is important is because of the things that the club did for the community as far as the civic welfare of the women and children in our city. They would hold many community events, and I actually was able to visit that particular location myself before they ended up having to sell it. And the reason they did sell it was because of the decline in membership. A lot of those members had passed away, so the upkeep was very difficult for those women. But again, this is very significant to the community, and I would like for us to recognize this as a historic place, and also remember the motto of the women, which is lifting as we climb. And I think if we were to demolish this site, we are not lifting as we climb in our community, and we must make sure that this particular Brockway Center is deemed a historic place, and people understand and see the significance of its importance in our community in Oklahoma City.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Would you like to make a motion?
Please.
I got a question.
Oh, yes, go
just about Care Center. I mean, our resolution says something about the Care Center having other options that are non-intrusive. What are those options?
Some of the option, I'm sorry. The option that I understand was when they purchased that they wanted to just rehab the structure in itself. Most recently, the decision has been made to just demolish it and start over. And again, that is taking away the structure and the importance of what those women stood for. Even with the motto of the Care Center, it coincides with both. So why would we want to just demolish that structure and start over when we can make sure we can get the significant things done in rehabbing and renovating that place?
So is the Care Center in support of making this whatever we're calling
A
it?
historic place?
Historic place, yeah.
That I would probably say no, because obviously they want to demolish it. But they understand that it is, when they purchased it, they understood that it is a very important piece to the community before they made this particular decision to go this route.
Okay.
So is the Care Center aware of your resolution today? Have you communicated with them about that? Or?
I did receive a call from the Care Center as far as wanting to take a tour, so I'm assuming it happened most recently, so I'm assuming yes. But I honestly don't know, but I have not. But we have inquired and asked. We have some board members, advisory board members, that had also asked on our behalf just to find out and make sure positively of what their plans were for this building.
To James' question, we do know from the planning department that they also considered rehabilitation at the time, and ultimately, whether they demolished and built a new structure or rehabbed it, they should be able to do it with CDBG funds. They'll be asking council for the CDBG funds to do their projects. It'll be back before you for that purpose too.
Kenny, in a form of rehabbing the project or potentially demolishing it?
Either one.
Either one.
Apparently, the rehab costs $300,000 more. So they would have to ask for that additional money in CDBG funds, and if it's still available, they should be able to get that too once they have everything in order. This is also in the CMZ district, Capital Medical Zoning District. They have exclusive control over alterations to structures in that district, so it has to go to the CMZ Commission too to get their permission to either rehab or demolish it.
And again, I don't want to take away from what the Care Center does, because we know they do great work in the community and they serve our community respectfully. But I just think when it comes to important things that happen in our communities, especially in our African American communities, it's important to keep some of that, as much history as we can. And I think if we demolish this building, that in itself is going to take away that history, unfortunately. And that's something that I think we should be able to protect in our city.
It's hard for me, though, to justify encouraging to declare something historic when the owner isn't in support of, the owner of the structure isn't in support of that. And so that's I think, my struggle with just thinking through this logically.
I've got, this proliferating through my ward, and I think the issue is, does the community consider it historic, not the owner who might have a financial interest in demolishing it. And I would just plead with the planning department, please move as fast. I know that they're doing the study. They're trying to come up with an ordinance on historic places. Please move as fast as you can. I think maybe even somebody's here. Somebody was going to come speak today about the church on 36th and Walker, which is they want it declared historic because they're afraid it's going to be bought and torn down here. So I would just plead with the planning department, please move as fast as you can, because this is proliferating through the city, and it's just coming up over and over. So we need a policy, we need an ordinance in place.
Well, and may I just clarify, Kenny, from a legal standpoint, declaring a structure of historical significance doesn't guarantee that it won't be torn down.
No, it doesn't. No. This is not, you passing this resolution is just council recognizing that based on the history of the community, it's a historic building, but it does not ultimately prevent it from being torn down if they get approval from the Capital Medical Zoning Commission.
And that would be the same thing with the church. I know I'm afraid to say. I mean, I think giving it the designation doesn't, it affects what you can do, you know, from a tax credit standpoint, from a rehab standpoint, but it does not prevent it from being torn down. And I think a lot of people misunderstand that, so I just wanted to be clear.
Yes, if it's eligible for the National Register of Historic Places, it's not on there right now, but if it were placed on that, then you could get tax credits toward the rehabilitation.
And might I add that the ladies of this Negro Women's Club, they attempted to do that in 2010, to have it put on historic places, and they had a lot of difficulty in doing that, and in result is some of the reason why they ended up probably having to sell this building. So I think it's very important to look at the aspects of it, also look at the difficulties when you have groups that are in decline when they are unable to take care of those structures. But it is important for the community to understand and recognize this and the significant role that they played in the Northeast community and for the African Americans that live within that area.
Joe? Anyone else?
Yeah, just to weigh in, and I appreciate what you're trying to do here, I really do. I'm just curious if there's any way we could possibly defer this item to hear, I guess, the side of the property owner itself. I always struggle with this issue, and partly from, you know, we can talk about the club, and they had to sell the property. But at the same time, there's a new owner there, to me, that we're kind of creating a burden for them in terms of, is it worth rehabbing? And does it keep them from possibly being able to sell the property if we create additional burdens there? That's, I guess, my one concern.
Well, I think the argument here, though, is the fact that we had a group, even when they sold it the first time, when they first sold the property to, I can't remember who it was, but they explained the importance and significance, and that person decided that that's not something that they wanted to do, that they were going to rehab and live in it. However, now we are here. And even with this, I think it's very important to see and understand that upon them agreeing to purchase this property and acquire this property, they also understood the significance and importance of what this meant to the community. And they initially decided if they had to rehab it, they would. Now we're talking about a full, just demolishing this property and starting over. And I think that is a difficult thing to see in the community. Again, if we are able to at least keep some of that in market and deem it as a historical site for the community. We don't have many of those in the Northeast community. We see the decline of what has already taken place and been demolished in our communities. So if we have an opportunity to deem this a historical site, and this council can help me do that, we should do it.
Todd, I think to Meg's point, we're not technically creating a burden for anyone. I mean, it's toothless. It has no impediment. I mean, they can demolish it, they can come down and get a permit and demolish it 5 minutes later, regardless of what we do today on this resolution. It has no legal teeth. It's just a statement that we acknowledge the historic nature of this place.
So we are saying, though, that we believe that it should never be demolished. So we as a council are saying that if we pass this resolution. But you're right, it doesn't have any teeth.
Right. We may believe that, but we can't do anything about it.
Was the leadership of the Care Center invited to come here this morning and speak? Okay. 'Cause, I mean, I concede that its legality is somewhat hard to enforce, but normally when we take actions that affect property owners, they have notice. Normally it's because we're taking an action that has more legal consequence than this. But I guess I'm just so supportive of the Care Center. I mean, what they do is so incredibly important in our community that it's not the substantive issue that I'm talking about, it's the issue of just consulting them and at least having them have the opportunity to appear in front of us and state their perspective, that we may still take the perspective that this building is important and needs to be preserved, but I'd like to do that in front of their face and not behind their back. Is there a way maybe that we could, Councilwoman Nice, maybe consider deferring it to the next meeting, and I would personally see to them appearing here and talking about what their view on this is?
That's fine. I mean, I can personally talk to them. That's not a problem. But again, I think it is very important to understand the significance of what these women did for the community, and it still coincides with, again, the Care Center and their mission. It's still about taking care of our children at the end of the day. But I do ask that we consider and highly consider deeming this a historical place. And I don't understand, even with the Care Center, why them understanding the history of it will want to demolish it. But I don't have a problem having that conversation to make sure they're here.
And I may very well absolutely endorse your opinion about the Brockway Center at the end of this discussion. I'm kind of more concerned about process and that they aren't here, and normally property owners are here when we take actions that even kind of indirectly affect their property. So that's my thought.
And it does sound like if they're going to be applying for CDGB dollars to do something, maybe we can work with them. I mean, if it's about money, there may be a good compromise here, and we save the building and recognize it with the mission of the Care Center.
And that's fine.
Which would be great.
Again, as long as we're saving the building, I don't care how we do it.
I'm in support of the resolution, but I always think it's a good idea to sit down and talk, and if we could have them come and hear their perspective, I think that'll help us, but I do support this resolution.
Okay.
And I'll also see if we can get some more of the women so they can sit in their face and tell them more of the history to understand, again, the significant impact. Unfortunately, a lot of that history we had pass away. We had quite a few of those ladies live well into their 90s, just most recently within the last couple years pass away. So a lot of that history is gone, but there is a lot of that history that remains. So that's why, again, I feel it's important for us to understand, preserve, and recognize it.
So technically speaking, I believe we have a motion on the table right now to pass the resolution. Would you consider withdrawing that and then making a motion to consider it at our next meeting?
I will do that.
Okay. And again, I don't think, that doesn't mean this isn't happening. It's just I think it would be good.
And that's fine. And I wanted to bring this forward today as we are entering into Black History Month, again, to bring and understand the significance of African American history and culture in Oklahoma City, and also to recognize the importance of some unsung heroes, such as this Oklahoma City Federation of Negro Women's Clubs, and the things that they are still currently doing, not just in Oklahoma City, but also across the United States.
Very good. Okay, so that's the motion on the table. Is there a second for a deferral to the next meeting? Okay. All right, Councilman Stonestaff, for any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll have that at the next meeting, and I will call, I mean, you're certainly welcome to as well, but I will call the head of Care Center after the meeting and ask them to come and be here next time. We'll talk about it. Okay. That concludes the listed items under council. We'll follow our usual custom, and we'll start with Ward 1 down here. Councilman Shadid?
Yeah, I've got some ground to cover today, and it might be helpful for some of you just to realize I only have 5 meetings left, right? There's only 5 of these left. So you can do anything for 5 meetings. But I do, as I come to the end of my 8 years, I do have some things I want to address. I want 2 things today. First, I want to address Chief City's retirement and his replacement. My daughter's in this leadership OKC, and like once or twice a month she has somebody will speak to them, and I'll ask her at night, she's a teenager, how was the talk today? And she'll say, okay. And I'll say, what'd you guys talk about? And she'll say, nothing. And it's like that every time except once. She's blowing up my phone saying this guy came, this Chief City came and spoke to him. She's blowing up my phone. She's so excited. And she's saying, this guy's woke. And I'm like, I'm getting older. I don't know what that means. What does that mean, he's woke? He's woke. He's awake. He's aware. He understands us. And she's so excited. And so I'm excited to see her excited. And now she's watching all these detective shows on her phone all the time. But he has had the same impact on me. So influential, so intellectually stimulating. He does, I feel like, have his pulse on the community. And we've had tremendous benefit from that. And I have some concern about losing that when he's replaced, right? If you think about just the Holtzclaw incident, right, and what that would mean in a city like Ferguson, Missouri, or Chicago, or Dallas even, and the political unrest. I mean, you could have riots in Ferguson, but I think it's his strong outreach to especially minority communities, disenfranchised communities, that gave us a buffer. I've watched him in NAACP banquets where some of the rhetoric can get very heated, and he's got a table there with the police department, and he's very comfortable in his own skin because he's done the work to reach out to these communities. And so I want to thank him for that and what that means for our community. Going forward and looking for someone to replace him, I guess I do have, Craig, I don't want to interfere in any way. This is your decision. I don't even know who would be eligible or on the list. But I'd be shocked if any of the council would from a policy making, that they would not be proud of his criminal justice reform, his policy, and his outreach to the community. I guess I have some concern, talking to your predecessor and others, that maybe there are some elements that had a problem with some of his stances, maybe on gun control and kind of public disputes with certain groups. Maybe that he went too far, too fast on criminal justice reform, marijuana decriminalization, that maybe some of the statements he made would sound like somebody in a sanctuary city. And I just would hope that we'd acknowledge that like all urban cities in America, we're moving to the left, especially on social issues. And you kind of have a headwind because this council is very, very Caucasian, male, and Republican, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's like it doesn't represent, it doesn't line up with the demographics or the political orientation of the city. And so you kind of have that headwind if we do have an episode in the future like a Holtzclaw or a police shooting, or we've had a time where it's been very difficult with police-community relations. And that's one headwind. Losing Chief Cities, all those years of outreach to the community will be another one. Even if you have a press conference and you say all the right things, that's not going to do it. It's all the work, ahead of time. So I think if we were to choose a hardliner, I think that would create risk for us. I think choosing somebody with Chief City's commitment to criminal justice reform and the policies that this council has espoused and that he's espoused will continue to pay dividends for us. That's the first thing. Second thing, I just want to continue to press the conversation on an ethics commission. I sent you guys an email just showing that this conversation is decades long, right? In 1998, you had a $30 million settlement against OG&E with the Tri-Gen controversy, and one of the things that really bothered the jury the most was all the lavish dinners that OG&E was taking council members to before the vote. And then you had an issue with Foshi's law firm, and you had this whole debate about, should we as a council and mayor be policing ourselves as to charter violations? We have an ethics committee for city employees, for all 4,500 city employees. But there's no oversight board for governing officials or for those who serve on our boards and commissions. We're left to basically police ourselves and to ask for opinions from our municipal councilor and maybe our city auditor who basically can be hired and fired by 5 of us on any given Tuesday. That's not fair to Kenny Jordan or whoever sits in the municipal councilor seat. It's not fair to Jim Williamson or whoever sits in the city auditor seat. There has to be an independent third party that would give opinions or investigate or have some oversight over boards and commission members and governing bodies. I have one example which I think, but before I get to that, I have one tangent, right? I mean, one thing that I think makes us vulnerable is the fact that city councilors and the mayor are not paid a living wage, right? You have got the situation, this idea that we're part-time employees is preposterous, or that we're the 38th largest city in America and we would have a part-time mayor. We were asking for, what's that? 27th largest city and we have a part-time mayor? We don't want a part-time mayor, we want a full-time mayor. Well, a full-time mayor working 40 hours a week is being paid $12 an hour. A city councilor working 40 hours a week is being paid $6 an hour. You cannot have economic stress of a city councilor and then have millionaires and billionaires come parading through with all these hundreds of millions of dollars of business and think that if you did that 10 times, you wouldn't have a problem once or twice. We have a city councilor who's facing felony charges for creating a nonprofit and funneling money. You'd think that that might light a fire underneath us. It needs to. But one of the solutions, I think, is that this December, because this would be the time when you have a citywide vote if you're going to do maps, is we need to raise the pay for city councilors and a mayor so that somebody could just come and be a public servant and serve the people, and that's their job. And they don't have to have this second job or be worried about losing a job or it's inviting trouble. It is, some taxpayers might think that it's wise or humorous that city councilors are only paid $12,000 a year. It is a penny foolish, and a penny wise and a pound foolish, dollar foolish, whatever. It's not wise financially to pay the council so little. And so I'd ask the council really, I mean, I'll be gone, but please put this on the ballot in December. At a minimum, double the council pay and the mayor's pay. But I think you should do more than that. I think you should pay a living wage so that somebody can come here and be a public servant, and you're not restricting those that serve here to those who are independently wealthy or retired, or let everybody come and do this job, but be a public servant. So that's my tangent. The example I want to give of why I think we so desperately need an ethics commission is our complimentary ticket policy. As you know, 2002, we came up with a complimentary ticket policy where city councilors were given tickets to different public facilities, the Civic Center, the State Fairgrounds, the Cox Convention Center, the Bricktown Ballpark, the Rose State Performing Arts Center, and the Ford Center. And that is ostensibly to oversee these public facilities, right? Well, they were used relatively sparingly until New Orleans moved the Hornets here, and then after that, the Thunder here. And then you had this enormous spike in utilization of Thunder tickets by the council and mayor. Now, in our arrangement with the Thunder, we have a suite which is a public resource. It's for the use of the city council. The city council makes a policy. We can do whatever we want with that suite. We own it, right? We could change it today or 2 weeks from now, or whenever the council wants. We can do whatever we want. We could let some corporation use it and create and collect the revenue and put that into the general fund, right? Because what's unique about these tickets is, unlike the Civic Center or Rose State Performing Arts, when you start getting into playoffs and NBA finals, and you're talking about $1,000 a ticket, right? And then everybody has a guest. the council is going through potentially $15,000 of tickets in an evening, right? That's a lot of revenue, potentially. And so I think when the Gazette looked at this in 2011, the council had gone through 1,500 tickets. So now it's 8 years later, we've probably gone through 5,000 or more tickets. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in Thunder tickets. And the council's policy is that the only people that can use this suite is the council, the mayor, and one guest of the council and mayor. Now, we asked William Burkett, which was Kenny's predecessor. Actually, the council wanted more than 2 tickets, so they asked him, could we have more than 2 tickets? And he reminded the council at that time, and then Jim Williamson sent out a memo in 2009 reminding the council again of what the Oklahoma Constitution says about gifts and what is a public purpose and what is acceptable and what's not acceptable. And Burkett cited a Supreme Court case in which basically the Supreme Court has said, we know that there's gray area between what is public purpose and what is private purpose. But as Burkett said, the purpose for going to that suite is not to watch a Thunder game and enjoy the Thunder game. It is only, without a doubt, he says, without a doubt, it is the oversight of the management, operation, and maintenance of city public event facilities. And the governmental purpose behind that is the protection of the health, safety, and or welfare of the residents and non-residents of the city. In other words, if the principal purpose is to go, is the council mayor is going, enjoying a Thunder game, that's not within the law. That's against the law. The policy is that we have this suite, which is a public resource, and the council and mayor are there to oversee the operations and maintenance of the Chesapeake Arena. That's why we're there. Now, we are a policy-making body, and typically the operations and maintenance, we have a council manager form of government. So it's really Craig Freeman and all his 4,500 employees that typically are involved in operations and maintenance, not us. But for some reason, when it comes to public safety at the Chesapeake Arena, it's only the council and mayor that are allowed to use that suite. Not anyone from, not a Tom Anderson or the city manager or anyone from the police department who does public safety for a living. You know how in parking lots the police have the tower and they look down on different events, or they could use that suite to look down and help them with public safety, but we're saying no. Nobody can use it except for the council and mayor, because we and us alone are going to use that suite for the public purpose of ensuring the public safety. To me, it's farcical, right? You guys know, and I know that's not what's happening. There's no reports going back to the city. The council and mayor are going to a Thunder game, enjoying it, socializing, and leaving. That's what's happening. And any other contention to me is farcical. Now, what the Supreme Court has said is we recognize that sometimes there's overlap, right? You have a public purpose, and maybe you're there on this oversight, and a side benefit is that you enjoy the Thunder game, right? That's a private benefit. And so this is the most important couple of sentences, and then Burkett put this in italics when he sent his memo to the council. And he says, where a use of public funds is primarily for public purposes, it's not necessarily rendered violative of constitutional provisions against gifts if there's an incidental result which may be of a private benefit. On the other hand, if the result is chiefly that of a private benefit, an incidental or even ostensible public purpose will not save its constitutionality. In other words, even if you were to notice some things about the ongoings of the Ford Center and report that to the police or Tom Anderson or whoever, if the principal reason that you're there is to watch the Thunder game for private benefit, that's in violation of the law, right? So then the question becomes, let's say that somebody like myself feels that there is a violation of the law, that we are in violation of what the Supreme Court is saying. Now, the Supreme Court has said we give great latitude and great deference to municipalities. We'll let municipalities decide if it's public purpose or private purpose. Unless it is such an egregious violation, then we will intervene, and we can and will rule against the municipality. But let's say that someone like myself feels that there's a violation. Where do you take that to? Who do you ask to look at this standard, right, and do some investigation, ask the parties, what body do you go to, right? Do you go to, I've gone to the municipal councilor, I've gone to the police chief, I've gone to the city auditor, and basically there's no body that you go to, right? It's just the council is policing itself. So what does that do? It invites a lawsuit against the city. The only way that somebody could challenge this is to bring this lawsuit. And the ridiculousness that would entail, depositions of people trying to explain that they're principally there to oversee the operations and maintenance as opposed to enjoying a Thunder game, that's crazy. And it shouldn't come to that. There should be a body like an ethics commission that somebody you could just turn it over to, and this would be easy. That's what almost I believe in my research. Most cities our size or larger, they have that in place. Tulsa has that in place. The cities around us, the regional cities have that in place, but we don't have that in place. And so I think you can't go to the Attorney General. The district attorney's not going to do it. The police department's not going to do it. There's nowhere to go except for the court system, right? And so that's an unacceptable situation. And I would just ask that with great urgency, we move the conversation forward on an ethics commission, why we're an outlier, why we don't have it, what that survey of the other cities shows, what that would look like, and that we come specifically on this to some change in the status quo. To me, the status quo is unacceptable. If we want to get the team back together and have Mark and Amanda and Kenny, my attorney, who I've asked to look at this and help me understand the law, get us back together and try and come up with some mediation or some change in city policy, I'm all about that. And I think we should do that. But I think things as they are right now are not acceptable and need to be challenged. And there's only one way to challenge it, and that's in the court system. So let's work to find alternatives to endless litigation. Thanks.
Down to your last 60 meetings, did you have some comments you wanted to share?
I didn't hear you.
I said you're down to your last 60 meetings. Is there anything you wanted to share?
I'll defer.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm down to my last 5, too, but I think I'm going to try to be a little more uplifting. I want to really thank everybody that participated in the launch of Sunday bus service. It was a fantastic day down at the Transit Center. I know Mayor Holt was there. Jason and his team provided food and music and snacks and water bottles, and it was just wonderful to see how well it was received. So thanks for the coordination and the effort, and I just think it's a bright new era for transit in Oklahoma City.
That was an exciting day. Councilwoman Nice?
Yeah, so also want to say I'm excited about this Sunday bus service as well, especially for the different communities that obviously need that transportation to get to and fro on Sundays and on the weekends. And I want to agree with Councilman Shadid. Chief City is definitely woke. He is woke. And I'll say it's sad to see him go as well because in my time in radio, we had a chance and opportunity to interview him numerous times, especially during the Holtzclaw situation. And he was very transparent about what was going on to the community that it obviously was affecting at the time. And even when we would ask him just to come in and talk about other random things that were happening as far as community policing, helping to create more diversity, within the community and the department. Those were things he was very open as far as the discussion. So I'm sad that now I'm here and he's gone too. So it seems like everybody's leaving. But I guess it is time to start something different. So wish him much success. I know it does, but it doesn't have anything to do with us, the Oklahoma City Public Schools and the Pathway to Greatness conversation. We had a meeting last night at Star Spencer Mid-High School, and the meeting started at 6. I didn't get home until 11, and that is because people had a lot of questions, people had a lot of concerns, and the superintendent stayed until all of those questions were answered, and I wanted to be there to make sure and hear what the community is saying for that Spencer area of what they want to see, because there are some suggested school closures in that area, which also obviously is in the ward. And tonight we have a conversation at Douglas, and that's going to start at 6. So I would encourage the community to come out and listen. And I say be open-minded, but I also say to the community to be voiceful of your concerns, because this is obviously affecting our young people in their future, and what they want to do and how they can come back and make an impact back in this great city that they leave once they graduate. And I say that with my class of Northeast High School, graduating there as a product of Oklahoma City Public School. And in my particular class, we have at least 3 to 4 PhDs in my class alone. So that speaks to the quality and significance and importance, in my opinion, of Northeast Academy, Northeast High School, which it was when I was there, and also speaks to the quality of that. So again, tonight, that's going to continue the conversation. There's going to be developer, contractor type of series that we're going to hold again this month. It's going to be on February the 19th. It's going to be at 10 a.m. at Metro Tech. So if you need more information, you can call up here to get that. And we rescheduled our Douglas Community Center meeting for those who weren't able to make it. We had it last week, but that was the same day that they had the meeting at Northeast Academy to explain the pathways for this Pathways to Greatness conversation. So I knew we wouldn't have as many, but I wanted to make sure the community still had an opportunity to be a part of this conversation for our Douglas Community Center. So that's going to be on February the 26th. And also, Martin Luther King Parade. We had a great time on last Monday. The weather turned out to be pretty nice. It was cold in the morning, but it turned out to be very nice. And we're thankful that the governor came out and spoke at the bell ringing, and also that the community understood and came out to see the new route. And they were there, and it crossed right in front of City Hall, and I think it's very important for the community and people to understand where we are and to know that this is a public place for them to also come and to be a part of as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. I wanted to echo what Nikki and Ed said about Chief City. Great comments by both of you. I also wanted to thank you, the mayor, and city council for approving the architectural services contract for the Senior Wellness Center number 1. As you know, we were hoping to have by January 1st of 2018, 1,000 members. Today, we're right at 6,000 members, and this contract will help us add women's locker rooms, modify meeting rooms, add restrooms, and everybody's really excited about it at the Wellness Center, and so thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes items from council. We have city manager reports now, item 12 on the printed agenda, and we're going to start with a couple of presentations that I'm kind of excited about. I think there'll be definitely some real takeaways in both of these. So take it away, Mr. City Manager.
So first up, we have Jason Fairbrush, who's going to provide information on the operations of the streetcar and have some discussion about future service.
Okay, well, good morning, Mayor and Council. It is my privilege to be able to provide you with the first Oklahoma City streetcar operations update. as you can guess, the last month and a half has been really busy for us in public transportation and parking, with the launch of the streetcar on December 14th, managing that service through the holiday period, and then, as mentioned, Sunday bus service beginning this last Sunday, January 27th. So we're very optimistic about both services moving forward. And since the streetcar is the topic this morning, I'll keep my comments there, but look forward to hopefully bringing back a full report on Sunday bus service to council in the future. So, December 14th, and many have spoke about the significance of that day. I think we'd all agree that it was transformative for our city in terms of launching Oklahoma City streetcar and bringing that forward to the residents. I think it's worth mentioning, at least one more time, that, the launch of the Oklahoma City streetcar is really just another example of the city's ability and the city's commitment to deliver on MAPS 3 projects. And there's a lot of people, of course, that made that happen. We'd like to take a minute to recognize just a few of those publicly. Obviously, we had a lot of volunteers that helped us out, a lot of community support in that area. We had downtown businesses. We couldn't have done it without their support. Stakeholders, such as the Downtown OKC Partnership, the vision of the council and other city leaders to bring this brand new mode of transportation accessible by all to Oklahoma City. And then, of course, our sponsors, Brookville and Herzog, they really helped make that opening day special. So with that, rather than continue to try and describe opening day, and I know all of you were there and took in the event, we have a video here that you may have seen, but I think you'll agree it's definitely worth seeing again, that the Oklahoman put together that really kind of captures that opening day for streetcar operations. There you go. Neat video. I like to watch that.
Shout out to Dave Morris for that video.
It's very good. So, speaking of our opening weekend, again, thanks to many within our community to make the effort a success. We had over 250 volunteers that helped us out with that event. I'm sure you all recognize or you remember seeing all of the volunteers in the orange vest working on the platforms, working on the streetcar vehicles themselves, really just trying to be ambassadors, answer questions, and help our customers have the best possible experience they could as we open service. Through the opening weekend, December 14th through the 16th, we provided over 20,104 rides over that 3-day period. So we were just really pleased with the ridership that we saw that opening weekend and that we continue to see on a daily basis since then. Just to give you a sense of how that ridership is divided, on Friday, December the 14th, our first day of operations. Keep in mind, we didn't really start service until after the ceremony, about the noon time. We had 5,600 trips that we provided. On Saturday, over 10,200, and then on Sunday, almost 4,300 trips. So, again, a very successful opening weekend. Also, we provided 41 hours of service that weekend. Again, Friday, we kept our normal schedule on Saturday till 2 a.m., and then we provided the 11 to 7 service, on Sunday. So here's another look at our ridership, again, to give you kind of a sense of how many trips we've provided through really about 6 weeks of operations. The numbers that you see here, total riders to date of 119,628. That is through January the 27th. So again, I'm not sure, any of us knew exactly what to expect in terms of ridership, but after 6 weeks, over 100,000 trips, particularly launching a brand new service in the middle of the winter, the coldest months and typically the lowest months for transit ridership, we're again exceptionally pleased by what we've seen. So just a quick rundown of the graph here. You can see that the blue line actually represents cumulative totals for our weekday ridership. The green line there are cumulative totals for the Saturday ridership, and then the black line is our Sunday ridership. So you can see just by looking at the data there that our Sunday ridership really is our second best performing day behind Saturday. The other thing I might mention about our ridership here is if you look at the graph, you might notice a downward trend, but I would caution to use the word trend. This is nothing that we didn't expect. I mean, obviously when you launch a new service, people try it for the first time, particularly during the holiday season when people had flexibility in their schedules and had opportunities to come downtown, enjoy the streetcar, enjoy downtown in December. It's really not a surprise that we had a lot of ridership at the launch of the system. In fact, we actually tested the limitations of ridership capacity really during our first weekend of service. So what we've really seen is starting with kind of week 4, week 5, and week 6 there is kind of what we would describe from the operations standpoint of kind of trying to find what's our normal, what's our baseline, what's our ridership going to look like moving forward. And I think that's what you see in weeks 4, 5, and 6. And even so, you can see that throughout the week we're averaging 5,000 to 6,000 trips. On Saturdays, we're doing anywhere from, we have a 1,400 trip Saturday up to almost a 4,300 trip Saturday. And then again, even looking at Sunday, anywhere from 1,000 trips up to this last Sunday where we had over 2,700 trips. And again, a lot of this is dependent on the weather, as you could imagine. So looking at Sunday in a little bit more detail, because I know there's been a lot of interest in Sunday Oklahoma City streetcar service, this gives you a breakdown of each of the Sundays we provided the limited 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. service. And if you took those numbers and you averaged them, you would see that we're averaging 2,651 trips on Sundays for Oklahoma City streetcar. And again, that is a limited service of just 8 hours during Sunday. Another way to look at that is riders per service hour. So that's 63 riders per service hour. And of course, the way we look at service hours is, for example, if we have 2 streetcars out for 1 hour, that's 2 service hours. So that's how we look at the service hours. So with that, obviously we would say that the kind of the pilot program of looking at offering Sunday service through the first 7 Sundays, again, much like our opening weekend ridership, we would say our Sunday ridership has also been very well received and certainly successful in our minds of an operator. So with that, and at the mayor's suggestion, we have actually developed, as we're developing our FY20 budget, we've developed a budget request to add full-time Sunday service to next year's budget. So that would allow us to continue to provide service on Sunday every week, not just the 11 to 7 limited service that we've been offering, but basically a 15-hour service span of 7 a.m. to about 10 p.m. on Sundays. In order to continue Sunday service relatively uninterrupted, what we're actually proposing for this year, the remainder of fiscal year 19, is to go ahead and what I'm recommending to the COTPA board is that we amend our operating budget by $82,129, funded through sponsorship revenue that comes from streetcar platform sponsorships, and basically be able to provide Sunday service for the remainder of this fiscal year leveraging that sponsorship revenue as kind of a one-time deal to fund Sunday Streetcar through the rest of this fiscal year. So if council supports that and the COPPA board approves, the way we would recommend moving forward with the Sunday service is on February the 3rd, this upcoming Sunday, we would take a temporary break from offering Sunday service for a couple of reasons. One is that's really at the request of our operator. It gives them an opportunity to let their entire staff have a day off. They have not stopped service since beginning on December 14th. Allows them to take another look at the schedules in preparation of full-time Sunday service. And then the other thing it allows us to do is, and I'm going to speak a little bit more about our traffic signal priority and what Eric had mentioned in terms of being able to install some prioritization on signals. It will allow us on that Sunday to be able to test and fine-tune kind of that first wave of traffic signal priority along the downtown loop. So with that, we would temporarily suspend, not have Sunday service on February 3rd. Then the following Sunday, February 10th, we would continue our 11 to 7 service for 8 weeks. That would allow Herzog Transit, our contractor, time to hire and train additional operators in preparation of the full-time Sunday service I described earlier. So that is really the way we're looking at Sunday. That is our plan moving forward. And again, we will be bringing a budget amendment to the COPPA board this Friday for consideration.
And Jason, your Sunday numbers are like twice your Monday through Friday numbers. I mean, on any given Monday through Friday, you have half the number of riders that you do on Sunday. Is that fair?
Actually, on our weekday average is just over 2,000. So 2,083 rides is what we're averaging on our weekday.
Can you go back one slide?
Yeah, let's go back.
Okay. Well, you're averaging, but I mean, let's throw out the first 3 weeks because it's a new thing. So you got some equilibrium here in the last week 4 to 6. And you've got 5,000 to 6,000 from Monday through Friday cumulative?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and that's also total riders, so it's a different number of hours in the day as well, right?
Well, that's all right. So this graph will show really just the total ridership, but I do understand, I think I'm getting Councilman Shadid's point in that if you just look like at the last 3 weeks where we've kind of stabilized or normalized our ridership, then yes, our Sunday is outperforming generally any given day of the week, if that's...
Well, except Saturday.
Well, I'm sorry, except Saturday. I mean, yeah, weekday.
It's the second best day of the week, and it's doing it with fewer hours of service.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
So, I mean, again, driving the point home, we're going to have Sunday streetcar service starting February 10th for the rest of this fiscal year, and then pending council approval of the budget next year into the next fiscal year and beyond. I guess we can't promise anything beyond the next fiscal year. We may not even, can't even promise police department beyond 2021, but...
I can promise.
But this is now the intent, is to move forward with Sunday service, which clearly acknowledges the excellent ridership we've had.
Yep.
Do we have any guesses on what kind of drop that will occur whenever it becomes not free?
No, we don't. And I really kind of hate to speculate. All I can say is that, and we all know this intuitively, anytime something goes from being free to having to pay, even if it's a nominal charge of $1 per trip or hour of service, that is going to affect some people's decisions on whether or not to use the streetcar. We're optimistic that we'll be able to hold ridership to the levels that we see now. I think what we're going to see is, even with a fare, once we roll around to springtime, warmer weather, we're going to be exceeding the ridership that we currently have. But undoubtedly, the fares are going to impact.
Right.
Okay, so let's see. So what I would say is, even with all the positives that we've had through the first 6 weeks of service, we are as an operator still navigating some challenges. We are mindful of making efforts to continually improve our system, not only just in the intermediate term, but that's something as a transit operator we do indefinitely, right? As we continue to look at our service, try to improve it. And one of the things that we're really focused on with Oklahoma City Streetcar right now is our route times. And so we describe a route time as basically the total amount of time that it takes us to make one loop on the downtown loop. And so we've got a table up here that will give you an idea of kind of what our target route time is versus our actual route time. So when we were in design, working with consultants, even driving the route in our vehicles and trying to simulate streetcar service, our target was anywhere from 40 to 48 minutes to make a total trip around the loop. So what that led to is during our peak frequency, when we had 4 streetcars out, during our peak time, when we have 4 streetcars out, we're expecting 10 to 12 minute frequency. During our off-peak, when we had 3 vehicles out, 14 to 16 minutes. So if you look over on the right-hand side of the table, obviously you can see that our actual total loop time is averaging 52 minutes. That means our peak frequency is 13 and our off-peak is 17. So we're not, at this point in time, meeting those targets. And ideally, as an operator, we would want to, when you look at that target of, say, 40 to 48 minutes, we really want to get as close as we possibly can to the 40. And as close as we possibly can to the 10-minute frequency and the 14-minute frequency. And the reason for that is, and I'll share this with you, and the MAPS streetcar subcommittee has pointed this out as well, that there are so many uncontrollables with running the streetcar service in terms of just sharing the street with vehicles, with pedestrians, with cyclists, traffic signals. There's so many uncontrollables that it does impact our route time. So, again, working to try to minimize that route time, one of the things we're focused on now is traffic signal priority. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about how traffic signal priority works, what our plan is moving forward on that. So this is a graphic that a vendor, Opticom, shared with us, and I know the text is a little bit small, but I'll generally describe how it works. But essentially the way traffic signal priority works is there's equipment mounted on the vehicles. In this case, we have pictures of buses, but it works the same for streetcars. There's also equipment that is attached to the signal light and the signal controller, and then you have the back-end software. And so what you do is you basically go in and set up, using GPS coordinates or geofencing, however you want to describe it, an area on the street or the route so that when the hardware senses the vehicle approaching a signal, it goes ahead and sends a command to that signal to either, one, extend the green, if it's already a green light, to let the transit vehicle, in this case we're talking about streetcars, go ahead and pass through the intersection without stopping, or if the signal is red, when it senses the approaching vehicle, it will go ahead and shorten that signal with the idea to go ahead and turn it green by the time the streetcar or the bus gets there. So that's essentially how it works. I think an important thing to mention, though, is that the technology that we're looking at doing and that Public Works is installing requires no input from the operator, right? It's all automated. It's GPS technology. There's software that sends those commands to the signals. So that's what we're working on in terms of signal prioritization. And we as staff have went through and we've identified on our route map here each of the signals that we believe could benefit from traffic signal priority. And the way we're approaching the traffic signal priority is to phase it in incrementally, and we're beginning with 5 prioritized signals that are being installed now. Again, that technology will be up and running and being tested on February the 3rd. And so just to point out a couple of things on this route map, what you'll see is that the blue dots on the map are 5 intersections where we already have the Opticom traffic signal priority solution. You'll notice 4 of those are in Bricktown, and they were instrumental in helping us make our Bricktown loop times when we run just the B loop. You'll also notice 5 intersections shown in kind of the peach color. 4 of them are along Robinson there, and then you'll see 1 on 4th. Those 5 are the intersections that we are currently adding the traffic signal prioritization to now, and that we anticipate will positively improve our route time, again, by as early as basically February the 2nd, February the 3rd. And then you'll see we have what I would just consider to be the white dots on the map. These are other traffic signals that, again, as an operator, we believe could benefit from traffic signal priority. And once we have the data in and we've reviewed and determined how much time we've been able to save with these first 5, we will immediately go into our recommendation on the next set of signals that we believe should be prioritized. That could be an additional 5. We might come back and say, you know, we need to go ahead and do an additional 10 at this time. But right now we want to do these 5, understand what the data is, how it improves our route time, so we can make an informed decision on our next request or recommendation.
So how many signal prioritizations did you do before opening, and then you're adding the 5?
Yep, we actually have 5 that we've already done, 4 in Bricktown, and then 1 there, the blue dot at 4th and Broadway.
And then the 5 more.
And then we're going to do 5 more. And then that'll leave us roughly, 15 that we could still look at doing. And it may very well be our recommendation as an operator to say, yeah, we need to do, the remaining 15. We need all signals prioritized in order to make our route time. But again, we're just approaching it incrementally. And when I say incrementally, we expect it to go very quickly. To give you a sense of the timing on just these 5, Public Works basically issued a work order on the 16th of January. As you heard, they're being installed this week, and we'll have the results. We'll know what the impact of those signals are by February 10th. So this isn't something that we anticipate taking a long time at all. The other advantage that the traffic signal priority brings to us is it keeps the cars moving. And that is important to the estimated arrival time information that we're providing to our customers. So I want to take an opportunity to give a big thanks to U.S. Fleet Tracking, who designed basically a custom system for the OKC streetcar in order to predict those arrival times. But again, it works the best and it's the most accurate when the vehicles are moving, when the vehicle is stopped at a stoplight, when the vehicle is stopped for utility work, or somebody obstructing the track because they didn't park correctly. Then that's when the arrival times are going to basically stall out and not be accurate. And then you'll notice once the vehicle starts moving again, they'll update accordingly. So with the arrival times, I wanted to, if I could, take a minute to just explain a little bit more about how that technology works and how we approached it as an operator. One of the things we've known, looking at systems that have opened across the country, one of the most challenging items that those systems have had is accurate arrival time information. And again, it goes back to the nature of the streetcar and how it shares the streets with all the other pedestrians, cyclists, and traffic. And so what happens is a lot of people will compare these estimated arrival times for a streetcar to say maybe an estimated arrival time they saw when they were riding the WMATA system, or MARTA in Atlanta, or maybe the BART system in San Francisco. And I just would point out that you cannot compare our estimated arrival times to what you see in those systems, because those systems all operate on a dedicated right-of-way, right? I mean, it's just the train that has access to that right-of-way. They don't have any of the, obstructions that we occasionally have. So again, it is an estimated arrival time that you'll see at those locations. And then the last thing I'll mention is, in an effort to continue to enhance the customer experience, one of the things we have just recently released after about 3 weeks of beta testing is links on the OKC Streetcar website. If you'll go to the ride guide, click on estimated arrival times, any customer of the Oklahoma City Streetcar system can actually select the link for the stop where they plan to catch the streetcar at, and they can receive the same real-time arrival information that is displayed at the pylons on their phone. And that is, in my mind, a tremendous enhancement to the ability for customers to plan their trip. I used it just last Friday evening, dining at a restaurant in Automobile Alley, pulled my phone out, checked, waited at the table an extra 5 minutes, and then I proceeded to walk to the Automobile Alley stop and catch the streetcar. It's very handy, so I recommend everyone become familiar with that. So on the next slide here, we'll talk a little bit about fares. And to Councilman Greiner's point, this is another milestone for us in Oklahoma City streetcar. Streetcar fares do begin this Saturday, and just as a reminder, it's $1 per boarding, valid for 1 hour. We have a $3 day pass, a $32 monthly pass, and a $384 annual pass. And there are different ways to pay, of course. You'll notice that there's a ticket kiosk at each one of the platforms, so if a person simply wants to use cash, credit card, or coins, they can interact with that ticket kiosk, and from that ticket kiosk, a customer can purchase a day pass or a single trip pass. The other thing that we are actually encouraging our customers to use really is the mobile ticketing option through the Transit Token app. Through the mobile ticketing option, a customer can purchase all passes, including bus passes, annual passes, monthly passes, and it's just a much more convenient way to purchase your fare, particularly in the middle of the winter. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'd much rather, be in the restaurant, be in an office, whatever, be able to pull out my phone, go ahead and take care of my fare, rather than interacting with the ticket kiosk. The other thing is the mobile app comes in very handy if you're riding the streetcar after a large event, right? We'd recommend everyone take care of their fare on their mobile device rather than taking the chance of having to stand in line to use a ticket kiosk. So the instructions for the ticket kiosk are, we believe, pretty self-explanatory. You simply follow the instructions on the screen. With that said, we do have some videos that are accessible on our website that provide further instruction. And then the other thing I want to mention is that with rolling out the fares, we do have an outreach plan. Again, it's a milestone for our system. And here's an example of just a social media post that we're going to be using to get the word out about paying for the fare. But in terms of outreach, what we're doing is we're going to have volunteers out Saturday, much like we did during the opening weekend. We'll have some volunteers out at different platforms. They'll be able to answer questions and help people pay fare. We've also began another round of what we call track meets, and that's where our staff goes out to various platforms in different districts. We invite people to come to that platform. Again, we can show we're showing them how to use the mobile app. We're showing them how to use the ticket kiosk. We had one last Friday here, I believe, at the library stop. We had one yesterday in Bricktown. So our plan is, ahead of the fairs, we're getting out, doing the track meets, inviting the public, anyone that's interested, to be able to learn how to pay the fare. And then the weekend of Saturday, we will have volunteers at some of the platforms for about a 6-hour period during the middle of the day, again, to help people understand how to interact and how to pay the fare. And the other thing I'll just say is that we're going to be very customer focused. We know there's a learning curve. And so if by chance someone were to forget to pay their fare, or maybe they forgot to take their ticket out of the ticket kiosk, what will happen is we will simply ask them what their destination is and ask them to pay their fare when they alight from the streetcar. So again, we're going to be very sensitive and very customer focused as we begin educating our riders and our customers. All right, so we've described public outreach. The other thing I do want to mention, again, to help the transition be as smooth as possible and encourage the use of the mobile device, we are having a sale on passes through the month of February. So here's another social media piece that we'll be using to get the word out. But if you want to buy a pass, I encourage you to do it in February, where you can get it for half price, and that does go for all our passes, whether it be a day pass or an annual pass. And the half price deal is good for one use per phone on the mobile ticketing app.
And the passes are only, you can only use them on the streetcar, you can't use it with the bus system.
Yeah, no, actually, thank you for asking that. The half-price pass will actually, we're extending that to streetcar and to bus.
Okay.
And if you decided to buy a universal pass, then you could use it for both bus and streetcar.
But you have to have two passes to use both. The one doesn't work for both? One
No,
doesn't.
a universal pass will work for bus and streetcar.
Okay, so there is that option.
Right. And then I think...
Based on that half-off deal, that's applicable to a month pass or an annual pass as well?
Yes, all the passes.
You could save not just 50 cents, but you could save $150.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, if you're thinking about buying a pass, this would be especially an annual pass, this would be the time to do it. All right, and then finishing up, just a quick couple of comments about our Love the Loops campaign. This is our outreach effort to the businesses that have stood by the project throughout the last few years, and it's really our opportunity as an operator to support the businesses, but also become a good neighbor. And so there's a couple of programs I wanted to make sure you're aware of. You may have heard of them. But when a business along the route signs up to be a Love the Loops partner, they are eligible to participate in our Shop and Win and our Rider Rewards program. So we've had, so our Shop and Win program works like this, real quick. Basically, if a customer of the Oklahoma City streetcar purchases goods and services from a business along the route, they scan the receipt, they send it to us, fill out a little bit of personal information so we can contact them. We have a random drawing, and that winner then is awarded a $250 gift certificate from whatever business they select along the route, and we've done 9 of those. The other program we have going on that we're just now starting is the Rider Rewards program. And we have these little cards or coupons that we pass out. And again, it's just a random selection of customers that are riding the streetcar, randomly chosen, and they're eligible for a $25 gift certificate to any business along the route. In addition to that, we're partnering with businesses. Again, we can't do everyone, but through random selection, we're partnering with businesses to do a quick video highlighting their business that we'll share on our social media. We'll also do some photography. We're fortunate in that we have some pretty good photographers on staff, and we'll share that photography and those images with that small business so that they too can leverage that to, promote their business. So again, just an opportunity to partner through the Love the Loops campaign and encourage all the businesses along the streetcar route to participate in that. So with that, that's our first Oklahoma City streetcar operations update, and I'm glad to answer any questions.
What is the age limit on the passes?
The age limit.
Well, not the age limit,
So-
but newborn to...
To 6. Yeah, if you're 6 years of age or older, then you'll need to purchase.
5 and under are free then, correct? Thank you.
So the app, I take it, allows you as an adult to buy multiple passes in one purchase?
Yep.
I have two thoughts. One is I hope you continue to equilibrate service between the streetcar and the bus. Everything that you're describing here, these are great amenities, great ideas. They would all apply to the bus. And it is so sad to me what we have done to bus riders over the years and decades. The idea, to me, the starting Sunday bus service is not a cause for celebration. It's the ending of a transgression. It is shameful what we've done. It's one of the most sadistic things that I've been a part of, that 23% of the population is living underneath the poverty line. And we thought it was okay not to have Sunday bus service, not to have evening bus service. It was 32 degrees out this morning, and people are sitting on bus benches with no overhead covering still after all these years, right? Just treat public transit riders the same. So the things that are I get on social media, OKC Talk, and be like, oh my gosh, I had to wait 20 minutes for the streetcar in the cold. Well, try 45 minutes with nothing over you for years when you have no choice. It's shameful what we've done. It's sadistic what we've done. And so just equilibrate. the level of service between our different modes of public transit. The second thing is I'm still not convinced that people understand what this thing's principal purpose is. And we're getting into MAPS 4 and people are talking, well, let's extend the streetcar. Before we extend the streetcar, let's make sure that we understand how it operates, how much it's going to cost, what its purpose is. Nationally, the primary purpose of this entity is not a public transit tool. It is a real estate development tool, right? So when we're talking about expanding the streetcar, realize that in places like Portland, they'll take it to places where there is nothing in that area. And then they make deals with real estate developers. If you have Kathy O'Connor that says, hey, I've got this massive development, and if you bring the streetcar there, we can get something done that wouldn't otherwise happen, like have a big affordable housing component like they've done in Portland when they bring the streetcar there. That's one thing. But then just say, well, we're just going to extend the streetcar with no plan of how it's going to cause real estate development. That's not the purpose. For a fraction of the cost, you could have bought electric buses for $600,000 a pop and run them with 5-minute frequencies, right? If the purpose is, and signal prioritization at every stop, if the purpose is to move people in a loop as fast as you can, just get electric buses with signal prioritization. And the streetcar is about real estate development. And I just hope that, there was only Meg and maybe David and Jeff Beswick, maybe. In 2011, when I first got on the council, we had like this MAPS meeting, and we were trying to decide like which project was going to go first, and Mike Mize made a presentation, and it was like, well, we should prioritize those that cause economic development. And I swear the slide, it was like the streetcar will result in $17,000 of economic development. Do you remember that, Jeff? Or let's say it was 107. It was just such a ridiculous number that it drove home that when we built this thing, we didn't understand what other cities were principally using it for, and that it's an economic development tool. Specifically, it's a real estate economic development tool. And there's no understanding of that. That slide was incredible. And so now we have Roy Williams saying we've got $1 billion of development. So we went from $17,000 to $1 billion in 8 years. It's just incredible to me. So, but if you are going to make the decision to spend $130 million when you could have spent a fraction, but if you're going to make that kind of investment, why in the world wouldn't you do signal prioritization and get the whole thing and get the frequencies as fast as you can? I mean, you spent all this money, right, and now you're going to go halfway on level of service? I mean, why not get as close to 40 minutes as you can, as you were saying? I mean, I appreciate that you want to do it incrementally, but I'm not understanding why, if you've made this massive investment, why you're not trying to increase frequency as fast as you logistically can.
And I do think that is a goal, that working with the consultants and with the engineers that we have and with the operators is to identify the areas that are most critical now so that we can move towards that 40-minute frequency, because we've got to do two things downtown. We've got to move traffic downtown as well as the streetcar, and so it's trying to balance that to make sure we're maximizing this, and we don't want to do the prioritization on signals that possibly don't need that, aren't creating the same kind of interruption. So it really is just trying to be strategic about the way we're approaching it and making sure that we're moving forward on trying to get this as efficient as possible.
Right, and I guess, Craig, that's my frustration is, like, we got to balance car commutes with, well, that decision should have been made before we decided to spend $130 million on a streetcar. I mean, that decision should have been made before it was put on the MAPS ballot. But once you said, okay, we're going to spend $130 million, now you can't say, like, well, we have to balance the needs of the cars.
Well, it's looking at traffic flow downtown entirely, and that could be a bus, that could be a car, that could be the streetcar, and it's working to maximize the streetcar to get it to where we are as efficient as we can be in reaching those targets, but still at the same time considering all other flows of traffic that we have downtown. So it's keeping all of that into consideration. So it's not ignoring that priority. It's just trying to move towards it strategically so we make sure that we're trying to maximize those areas where we can.
Yeah, I think that discussion should have been done a long time ago before we decided that this is what we were committing to. But I think that if, why are we talking about signal prioritization? I mean, you want to do it incrementally? Let's talk about signal prioritization for the buses. I mean, there's no reason why. I mean, a higher priority to me would be increasing the frequency for buses because people are waiting longer, right?
Yeah.
People are waiting 30, 45 minutes out in the freezing weather. So if there was a group that you wanted to prioritize signal prioritization for, why aren't we doing this concurrently with the buses?
Yeah, so, and Councilman, you would obviously have no reason to know this, not serving on the COTPA board, but to your point, and I appreciate your comments about the sensitivity and the comparison streetcar bus, and whether we think Sunday should have been celebrated or not. To us, we did think it was a huge milestone. The riders, the customers that I talked to were very grateful for the Sunday service, and so we plan to do as much of the same kinds of things we can on the bus side as we are with streetcars. So, but one of the big things is we're actually sending a resolution to the COPPA Board of Trustees on Friday where we're applying for some STBG UZA funds for signal prioritization for the bus system. And that's about $1 million grant that we're asking for to try to improve the travel time for the buses too. So the streetcar, we have learned, we can pick up some time and we can integrate it into our signal system. And so why not try to leverage, these federal funds to do it on a grant, not a bigger scale, but there'll be more opportunities on the bus side through the grant. So we are looking for signal priority there. And two, even with something as simple as the rider rewards program that we're doing for streetcar, we're doing a lot of that for our celebration of Sunday bus service. We'll be out on different routes over the next 7 weeks, again trying to recognize our bus customers with some giveaways and that kind of thing too. The Token Transit app that we're promoting for the streetcar has actually been available to our bus customers since, I believe, last September. So, again, just sharing that with you to let you know, we still have a long way to go, and we absolutely need more covered shelters and more frequency, and there's a lot we need to do with our bus system, but we are, at least as staff and with the COPPA Board of Trustees, really trying to balance that. We're definitely sensitive to balancing that.
23rd Street's your busiest bus line. So, have you looked logistically at signal prioritization on 23rd?
Yeah, we actually have. We've had some discussions with Public Works, and again, it comes. We believe 23rd Street should be one of the priority areas when we go to putting in signal priority for buses.
Okay.
We've got to work through that with Public Works and determine which intersections we can do that won't just bring all the side streets to gridlock too. But I'm confident there's a balance there. Eric, or I should say, the Public Works Director, Eric Winger, and myself, we've had those discussions.
Okay, good.
And we know we've got to figure out a solution to that, and how can we make both work.
Great, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments for Jason? Well, great work. 120,000 riders. I like to focus on the big picture, and obviously there's ways to improve the streetcar operations, but, I can tell you're working on it every day, and obviously the big takeaways for me today are the Sunday service and the 5 more signal prioritizations. So, thank you.
Thank you.
David, did anybody sign up to speak? Or?
No.
They did?
They did not.
Oh, they did not. Could we just, there's been so much from the subcommittee. Do you think we could just hear from Jeff on his thoughts on signal prioritization?
Only if he wants to. I don't. We don't usually force people in the audience to speak.
I promise to be kind and quick. First of all, I'd just like to thank City Manager Freeman for taking initiative, listening to the subcommittee, and expediting the first 5 signals to be prioritized. The subcommittee unanimously supported a motion to do all 21 in our subcommittee meeting this past month. It was denied by the Oversight Board last week in a 4-3 vote. There were 2 people absent that I believe would have supported it. And the subcommittee's position is that we've been listening to the public, and Councilman Greiner in the past has made comments about competition and free market. And I think that, 10 years ago this project was started, we did not foresee Uber. We did not foresee electric scooters. And the system, the numbers that were shown, I think really do demonstrate that you're seeing a high use on the weekends, but that means that it's not working for everyone. And part of it has to do with reliability. So we know we've got a reliability problem. The subcommittee wants to support Eric Winger in essentially paying for the equipment so that it isn't a burden that Public Works has to endure from their budget, because we believe this is a MAPS budgetary problem. But, it's really on Eric, David Todd, and Jason working together to fix this issue. Just two other comments. There are other cities, as Councilman Shadid alluded to, that use the streetcar as an economic development tool rather than just as a form of public transit. Kansas City's been very successful with a free fare program. It's my understanding that Milwaukee just launched a free fare, and they look at it as a way to generate sales tax revenue for their city by increasing mobility where the density is at its greatest. I would argue that 10 years ago, when we conceived of this plan, we thought the RTA would be further along, and we would have commuter rail dumping people into downtown without an automobile, and then they needing a way to get around. So any discussion about extensions should be very thoughtfully considered in terms of moving people, high density, the most success we can get out of it, and also buses. And buses were discussed 10 years ago, and we had initiatives for major bus investments, and they were not appropriated through MAPS 3. One other comment is that users are saying they want a real-time app. So going back to some of Councilman Greiner's comments in the past about the free market, if it is going to be competitive, real-time arrival information at the stops has to be very accurate, and signal priority will improve that. But also understanding where the streetcars are at any given time on the overall system, being able to look at an app and say, oh, there it is, and it would tremendously help, I think, with your daytime user ridership, because it would improve reliability and people's trust in the system. So we're committed to funding whatever needs to be done to tweak the system. The former city manager was not a big advocate for signal priority. And I think it's very encouraging today that we are having much more proactive, progressive, positive conversations about the bus system. Little known fact, because of the streetcar project, we have spent money updating the software in the city's main server. So the upgrades to the city's main server will actually allow the bus prioritization to happen much more easily, and that has come out of the streetcar project. So a lot of great work, a lot of great progress, a lot of learning. I mean, this is a community that hasn't had rail in 60, 70 years, but we're coming to a close on the MAP side of things, and we just want to make sure that we leave it in the most successful place it can be. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to add that, really moving forward on the signal prioritization was a combination of Jason and his team and the operator, along with David and Eric and their teams. All of them, they came together with this solution. I had nothing to do with it. I got to be along for the ride and said, man, this is a great idea. Let's move it forward. So they really are the ones that deserve the credit for that. And what we're going to do going forward, too.
Yeah, and 5 is a good start. We think that $450,000 for the 21 overall is a very nominal cost to the cost of the overall system. And so the subcommittee, we have our position. It's unanimous after hours of deliberation that this would be essentially an insurance policy to make it as successful from an infrastructure perspective as possible. Regarding the traffic flows and other movements and other considerations, the absence of a policy saying our city values a high occupancy vehicle that's carrying 100 people over an automobile that may be carrying one is, I think, a debate that you should consider. The Traffic Commission, and I went and spoke to them at length, almost seemed unanimous in their support of such a blanket policy, but staff encouraged me to tap on the brakes because obviously that would have major infrastructure implications and costs unforeseen. But these are discussions that need to be had if we're going to improve the quality of people's interaction with public transit.
Jeff, can I just clarify one thing? We did do 5 signals at the beginning, and then we've added 5 more, so there are 10 signals that will be prioritized.
Is it 3 were the first Opticom deployment? Was it 3?
I thought there were 4 in Bricktown and 1 at 4th in Robinson.
4.
So that,
and then
4 in Bricktown.
and then 5. So we're actually 9.
No, you said 5 earlier.
We got,
So we're at 10 out of how many missing? Okay, so we still have 21 potential red lights.
I'm sorry, I thought you said earlier we would have about 15 after what? That could be done.
15 more that could be done.
Now?
So, so everyone's clear. And, you know, the problem isn't necessarily just the red lights. I mean, you have people that, if it's a large group and they're boarding the train at a platform, they can delay it from departing. The same with cars parking across the white line. That probably happens at least once a day. So the real issue is when you add the red lights to the equation, you create unreliability. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And one last comment, just it was a tangent maybe, but it's worth addressing. You know, Councilman Shadid, I really view MAPS4 as an opportunity to look at bus shelters and look at bus service and bus rapid transit service, and I certainly encourage people to champion those projects as in the MAPS4 discussion. So. Okay.
So our next presentation is Eric Winger is going to make a presentation on streetlights. We've had a lot of issues and questions coming and comments from citizens about areas where we've had outages, been working with OG&E on this, and so Eric's going to give us an update.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think probably one of the biggest things that we've seen in the last year is a lot of streetlight questions coming in through the Action Center and through the Public Works Department. I mean, this is hopefully going to give you an outline of streetlights in general for Oklahoma City, how they're installed, how they're maintained, and really our current status on a number of outages that we're seeing citywide. I think one of the things that might be misunderstood, I think maybe some think that OG&E takes care of all the lights. Some think the city may take care of all the lights, but I'll just share with you, it's actually a combination of the two, and there's a lot of partnering that goes on. So we really reach out strongly to OG&E as our city's primary electrical provider, especially for our street lighting systems. But if I break those down and we talk about maintenance, you're going to see that the city maintains our city street lights and our highway lighting. The City of Oklahoma City maintains the Project 180 lighting that was installed as a part of the downtown street enhancements. But then I'm also going to update on how to report those outages should you be getting constituent calls, or for those that might be watching today, just how to go online and report those if you should see a street light that's either out on your neighborhood or maybe one that's out on a street in Oklahoma City. Kind of share some of the sheer numbers that we have, and we talk about a lot of the Oklahoma City statistics. With over 620 square miles, there's over 26,700 streetlights in Oklahoma City, so a huge inventory of lighting systems. There's an additional 8,000 lights that are city-owned, and these are predominantly going to be the highway lighting. They're lights that were installed either as a DOT project or something that Oklahoma Department of Transportation has done, but they're owned by the city and maintained by OG&E. But large numbers. We're talking tens of thousands of lights in the city of Oklahoma City.
So Eric, go back. So I'm trying to understand the distinction you're drawing here. The 26,000 does not include the 8,000.
It does not.
And the 26,000, we're solely responsible for the maintenance.
So the 26,000 streetlights in Oklahoma City, OG&E maintains those lights.
Okay, and then the 8,000, they also maintain those lights.
They also maintain, but they're actually city-owned. So the 26,000 are OG&E owned.
Okay.
The 8,000 are city-owned, but then also maintained by OG&E.
And differentiation there is that in The $8,000, if those are damaged, we're responsible for paying for the repairs. OG&E does the repairs, but we pay for the repairs.
And I can explain that in a few minutes, too. I've got a few slides to kind of show how that works.
But there's not another category. That's all the lights in Oklahoma City.
Well, so I've left Project 180 out, particularly on this slide, and just to bring the rest of the numbers up, there's an additional 700 lights as a part of Project 180 that it's not on this slide, but I have it as a later slide.
But we don't maintain directly any of the lights, based on what you just said. OG&E maintains them all either at our direction or independently of us.
Those that are shown on this slide, yes.
Yes, got it. Yes, got it.
Yes.
So Eric, how do you know, like, where are the 8,000 city-owned ones? Are they clustered somewhere, or what's the...
They're generally all the lighting that you see along the interstate highways throughout Oklahoma City. So all the lighting along I-40, I-35, I-235, Hefner Parkway, that really makes up the bulk of the 8,000.
None of that is ODOT?
So let me go to the next slide here. I'm gonna These are all great questions.
Why I asked for this presentation is when it comes to streetlights, there's an exception to the exception to the exception.
There's a lot. Okay, so on city streetlights, and this is just an example of one of the decorative poles that we have. You see them in a lot of the areas that are streetscaped. They're predominantly in Bricktown, but this would also apply to all the other traditional street lighting that you see just on our city streets. These are installed and maintained by OG&E. So this really goes towards that 26,000 number that you see citywide. They're in major and minor streets. They're throughout neighborhoods. Now, there's obviously a lot of other neighborhood pole options that were provided when those neighborhoods were constructed, but those are the city street lighting system. When we look at highway lighting, now this is going to be, again, all those interstates that pass through Oklahoma City, and this would also apply to other municipalities that also have interstate systems with lighting. Those are installed by the Department of Transportation when those projects are constructed. So, for example, probably the most recent highway construction, the relocation of Interstate 40, produced a lot of new lighting systems. Those were installed by the Oklahoma Department of Transportation. But under the Oklahoma Administrative Code, municipalities, and I've referenced the section here, actually take over the maintenance of those, and OG&E assist with the actual service calls that occur. So the state is not responsible for those systems that have been completed and turned over to the city. And then the city then works very closely with OG&E on the actual maintenance that occurs, and I can explain a little further on that. I think one note that I'll make here is that there are currently several ODOT projects that are underway installing lights, not yet turned over to the city. We do get a few calls on some of those projects that are underway. ODOT is responsible for those lights until those projects are completed. So that's another kind of exception to the rule. So not all highway lighting if it's just still in construction. So there are actually portions of Interstate 40 lights that are still part of open projects not yet completed that ODOT is still servicing, and we will hopefully get those into Oklahoma City service soon. Now, I know this map is difficult, but one of the things that I wanted to do is to acknowledge that we recognize that there is a lot of highway lighting that is out citywide, and so I've put the major interstate markers on this map. See I-35 up the right side of the page and I-40 on the east-west portion. Now, most of the outages that we're seeing on interstate lighting, and again, this isn't just an Oklahoma City issue, is due to theft and vandalism. We are finding that complete strings of wire and lighting systems are being removed. The copper is being pulled out of these systems for in some cases, miles. You'll see on South I-35, several miles of wire has been either damaged or removed, and those systems are currently out of service. OG&E is working very closely with the City of Oklahoma City. When it comes to repair these systems, because those highway lighting systems are actually under the city, we're having to make the infrastructure repairs. So if a vandal has gone in and damaged the box or the conduit or anything that houses the wiring, the city is repairing that portion. Once those repairs are complete, then OG&E is able to restring and re-electrify and make those systems operational again. Probably one of the biggest challenges that we have is that a lot of the wire that was replaced in the last year has been restolen. Vandals have gone back in and pulled that wire back out. And so one of the things that ODOT is working on now, OG&E is working on now, is that they're actually replacing the wire with aluminum, which is a theft deterrent. There is not the value on aluminum wire, and this is a system that you can actually use that product. They have reported that they're starting to see some successes, but we are still having a lot of theft and vandalism citywide.
Is there any technology beyond aluminum that
So there are some other technologies for deterring theft. We'll find that there are some vandal-proof box covers that will actually go on the lighting boxes themselves that are not as easy for vandals to open. But I would just suggest, we can lock those boxes very tightly. We can change the types of locking systems that are on them. We can harden them, but they are finding ways to get back into the systems if they want to get back into them. So we're experimenting with those. We're also finding that there may be some other technologies possibly in the future that might provide some sort of remote monitoring type device where you can actually tell when a system has been opened or cut into that might give us a little quicker service time. But I mean, we're hearing a lot of different similar concerns with other municipalities. We're starting to see that this isn't just an Oklahoma state issue, it's in other states, and so we're tracking it very closely to see what other options that we might have to reduce theft.
What is the color coding on this map, the reds and the greens?
So right here, I'm going to jump to this. So the red and the green is all those systems that OG&E is currently servicing. Those that you see in the blue and the light blue are the areas that the Oklahoma City contractors are making the infrastructure repairs before OG&E can actually go and complete the new wiring and electrifying that system again.
But this is, if it's colored, this means there are not lights in those areas right now.
There are lights out throughout the entire city. Not every light is out, but there are lots of lights that are out.
Yep.
So right now, if we look at the red and green on this, and I know these are the locations that you saw on that map, there's nearly 24 locations that OG&E is currently servicing city systems, and you'll see that it's sections that it's a few miles to short sections. You'll see that they're completing projects as we speak. But at the bottom with the blue and the purple, these are the areas where they've damaged that infrastructure or broken the system so much the city and the city contractors are having to make those repairs before OG&E can go in. We're actively working. The council assisted in actually authorizing the expenditure late last year for us to help fund these projects, so the funding is in place for us to move forward. What I can assure you is that repairs are underway. I wish I could give you a definitive schedule of when every light in the city would be operational again, but we're doing this project by project and working closely with OG&E.
Well, we're on this topic of theft. I mean, it is not as if we haven't had metal theft in the past or that wasn't a lucrative enterprise. Why has this happened so much the last couple years and not 10 years ago?
I don't know that I can answer that directly. I mean, I think we have dealt with the city of Oklahoma City in copper theft, especially in air conditioning and residential type units. I think some changes have been made, and I think even in the air conditioning industry, most of those units now have moved to aluminum coil, so the copper is no longer in those air conditioning condensers. I think that's probably deterred. I would like to think that as we get the system replaced with new aluminum wire, and as we build new aluminum into new systems, that will help us from the start, maybe reduce that type of theft. So maybe it's more of an education for those that are choosing to just take this wire, to steal this wire, that Oklahoma City is an aluminum system, and it has no salvageable value.
Eric, I mean, so I-40 from Mustang to Czech Hall is 9,000 feet of wire. That's like 2 miles,
yes,
almost, of wire on just that one stretch of I-40. I mean, where does somebody go with 2 miles of wire to sell it?
These are all great questions. I don't have answers for these. I don't know.
I mean, I would think it would be a limited number of places you could take 2 miles of wire to sell it.
You can cut it, though, right? Then you're only taking a quarter mile of wire, and so...
There's obviously a law enforcement component to this, and I don't know if that's coming in the presentation.
It is not. I mean, I would tell you that as we monitor, I know that OG&E has even reported that on one of the systems that they had just no sooner replaced the wire, it was taken the very next day.
So, Craig,
so I mean, there's a...
Do you know, do we have, what is the penalty for recycling centers that buy copper? I mean, I don't, big sign, there's one right off the...
Right. I don't know the answers to those exactly, but I tell you, we can get with Chief City, and I know we had a report before on what we've done, and it was particularly at the time when there were so many air conditioning units that were being stolen, and what we were doing to try to work with, to try to prevent those sale of, if someone can identify or see that it's sale of stolen copper. But I know there's some programs, so I can get with Chief City and we get a report on that.
Maybe there needs to be a large reward for reporting this, or maybe there needs to be draconian penalties for participating in it. But it just seems like, I mean, these probably aren't large crime syndicates doing this. This is probably individuals maybe feeding a drug habit or whatever and going right to the nearest copper recycling place that has the big sign that says, "We buy copper." I mean, I don't...
So I recall reading an article maybe 2 weeks ago where a couple of thieves were caught removing wire. Now, I don't think they were the only 2 thieves that were probably in the Oklahoma City metropolitan area, but, I mean, there is some limited, arrests or whatever being made, but we're still seeing it. It's still occurring, so it's happening. I think the other thing that I would mention on the damaged infrastructure and the theft areas, OG&E is also working to convert these lights. Some of the few lights that are out in the system are really just a bulb that is out. So I don't want to take away that everything is completely theft-oriented. A lot of it is, but some of it is just lights that are out. What you're going to see in this last part of this presentation is there is a conversion to LED technologies that's also underway that's going to help make sure that those lights that are replaced with new LED will stay and have a higher uptime, less frequency for replacement just from having a burned out bulb. So let me touch on this last one. So on city lighting, and this is going to be the Project 180 lighting that I noted, this is lighting currently not maintained by OG&E, and this is a system we installed with a lot of our downtown streetscapes, and we're actually starting to see private development install these lights. These are these silver poles that you see throughout downtown, and you'll see that a lot of them have a fixture at the very top of the pole, and then you'll see that they have a fixture halfway up that pole. And so this is a combination pedestrian and street light. The reason I'll kind of note the difference is the pedestrian light that's at the halfway mark on that pole is already an LED technology. The one that is at the top of the pole, at the time that these poles were installed, and Project 180 is now 7 to 8 years old in some areas, incandescent bulbs were the technology of choice at that time. So we actually have a pole that's half LED and half incandescent. And there's about 700 of those. We had a real problem about a year ago with a lot of those incandescent bulbs burning out. They have about a 5 to 6 year life, and because several of them were 6 or 7 years old, we were starting to see a high failure rate. City was able to replace almost 200 of those incandescent bulbs last year, but we're now finding that there's an additional 200 that are now out of service, some in same areas, but some that are new. And as that incandescent bulb technology is no longer available, we simply can't buy bulbs. And I think that's what you're going to find system-wide, even with OG&E. There's just a shortage of bulbs. The LED is the future. So as we move forward, we are recognizing that we've got a very good detailed map. I know you cannot read this map, but staff tracks this map very closely to where all the lighting outages are occurring. We know which ones are LED. We know which ones are incandescent. It's both street and pedestrian lighting. The council assisted in approving a sole source agreement with a lighting manufacturer, and we will be replacing all of the incandescent bulbs, whether they're out or not, in Project 180 with a new LED technology that will get them in service soon.
There is a problem with the LED lights, though, the pedestrian, that they flash, they get stroby.
They do. And so a complication to the LED light was it was an early LED technology that we're finding that the manufacturer is willing to warranty. And so as we're replacing the incandescents with LED, the manufacturer, we will be shipping back to the manufacturer. And this is what this timeline looks like. Let me just run down through this and it will answer Councilwoman's question too. We were able to issue the purchase order, and we are now getting ready to receive a lot of these new LED retrofit kits from the manufacturer to be able to have our city crews and city contractors start those installations very soon on those conversions. But at the bottom of this drawing, in the purple and the red, we've reached an agreement with the manufacturer at no cost to the city for more than 100 of the LED fixtures that are having the flickering or the flashing problem, to send 20 back to the factory, to have them reserviced, warranties reinstalled on each of them, and then to have us replace all the malfunctioning LED lights that are in the system too. So we're going to be able to address both issues on Project 180, upgrades and recertifying the LEDs so that we can eliminate both those problems. So I mentioned this part of the presentation because it doesn't really have anything to do with OG&E. We're not having a theft issue in downtown. We definitely have a hardware issue that we found a solution for. And what I'd like to show you by this schedule is that a lot of that equipment is coming into our possession now. We're getting ready to start those installations here in the next few weeks. It's going to take a couple of months to complete that, but we believe here in just the next couple of months, spring of 19, that we'll have the downtown system fully operational again. It will also have new warranties on all those replacement parts that are 15 years. So, but with that, one more item is the reporting outages. Wanted to just kind of put this up online. This is the OG&E website. You can go to OG&E.com. This is what it looks like, and there's a green arrow on the right side of this page, and it's a quick link to report an outage. So if you have an outage in a neighborhood, you see one of the city street lights that's perhaps out, or maybe one of those highway lights that's out, we would encourage you to go to this website and report that to where they can actually get that service call started, to where they can start investigating. There's also a telephone number that's online that you can call if you choose not to want to do that online, and I've left the instructions here in the lower left-hand side of this slide. But again, OG&E and city remain partners to make sure that we try to get these lighting systems repaired and operational as soon as possible.
All right.
So what, I mean, obviously, the pace of repair has not been satisfactory to the people local in the city. What can we do? Is there anything we can do from this horseshoe to assist? Are more resources needed?
You know, so we had a brief update with some of our OG&E representatives this morning, and I think one of the things that they're running into, and I'll share a common item with the manufacturer for our Project 180 lights, we've asked for so many lighting replacements in such a short amount of time, they're actually now seeing a shortage on the components to actually build the LED light system. So it's not hard to get 100 LED lights, but when we ask for all 700 at once to have them upgraded, we can't get 700 in a 2-month period. So we're having to do those, as I mentioned, 20 at a time until we get those changed out just to keep up with production of the actual light. And again, the city's contract is directly with the factory. We have a factory direct. OG&E has mentioned some of the same, as they are making orders for LED lighting systems, that they're finding too that they can only order several at a time, but they can't get the full order completed all at once. It seems as though as incandescents continue to phase out and LED is ramping up, there are some shortages. I think from the equipment side, we can work to obviously accelerate some of the repairs on the damaged infrastructure, allowing OG&E to probably get into those areas a little bit quicker. So that would be on our city crews and our city contractors. So that was something I can follow up on. But I think what we can do is just make some periodic reports and just upgrade the status of what I've showed today, recognizing we know there's a lot of systems that are out, but OG&E is aware as well and trying to repair them as quickly as possible.
Okay.
I think we also need to educate our citizens to call when they see something suspicious.
You mean the theft?
Yeah. If you're taking miles and miles of copper and there's somebody doing that in the middle of the night, call 911.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and let me make this comment, and again, I can't attest to its validity, but you know, some of the things that we're starting to see is, or here, I should say, here, there will sometimes just be maybe a white service vehicle that appears to be servicing a light. It's a dually, looks like a service vehicle. Possibly the individuals are wearing hard hats and even vests, but they're not with OG&E, and they're not with the city. And they're perhaps next to a pole, and I'm not suggesting that it's occurring in the daytime, but we believe that some of the theft could be daytime-oriented, possibly. So I think if there was a reaching of out, you know, if somebody does not see identification on the doors and things and they wish to call those in, we definitely would like to follow up on those as well as the truck is there.
Okay. Any other questions for Eric? All right. Well, I'm definitely going to... I think we're all going to want to stay engaged in this. I hear about this probably more than anything else right now. So,
yep.
Well,
thanks, Eric.
What's roughly the cost to repair a street light that's been?
So there are different costs for the type of light and the type of pole that's on the street light. So if it's just a bulb that has burnt out, I would tell you that we have agreements with OG&E to perform those services, and there's a charge per light or a charge per pole depending on if it's wood or metal or if it's LED or incandescent.
Well, what if it's been hit by vandalism? I mean, typically, what would that cost?
So the city lighting repairs that I showed that are in the purple and the blue that you saw on that drawing, it's over $200,000 worth of damage, and the cost is continuing to climb. OG&E is reporting on their system an additional $200,000 on the stuff that they are replacing with wire that is missing, and that cost is also climbing. So we're at $400,000 and climbing just on what the information I showed today.
I mean, okay, would there be any utility? I mean, if the costs get high enough, would there be any utility in cameras in any areas?
Like monitoring cameras?
Yeah.
You know, I think that would mean some of those other technologies for us to start looking at, but with 8,000 lights on the highway system and, you know, I don't know where to strategically place all those, but, you know, I think those would be one of those things that we'd investigate. We hear that there are some electronic monitoring type systems that could exist that have some capabilities that we're investigating. We're not sure what that looks like. It's not a camera-based system, but it is a technological system that uses interfacing and monitoring. So
I mean, if they open up the barrier, then it would notify us? Or?
Possibly, or as soon as the circuit is broken on the wire, it sends an alarm.
Okay.
So, I mean, you have real-time information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eric.
You're welcome.
The only other reports we have is we have a budget transfer report that's on that we periodically bring to the council on administrative transfers that are made in the budget, and we also have the budget report through December 31st of 2018. We'd be glad to take any questions if you have any questions.
Okay. Seeing none. That completes city manager reports. Thank you very much for some very substantive reports today. We have a couple of people. This brings us to item 13, citizens to be heard. We have a couple of people who've signed up to speak. And we can start with Lynn Rostashul. Thank you. If you wouldn't mind stating your name and address and keeping your remarks 3 minutes or less. Thank you.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
My name is Lynn Rostashul, and I am here today because I am very concerned about the possibility of the First Christian Church campus being demolished. This is what he alluded to earlier. And I recently learned that if a citizen like me comes to you and makes a request, you as the city council can designate a building a landmark, and that is what I'm requesting today. The building was added to the National Register in 2011 as being architecturally distinctive. This is the Egg Church, in case anyone needs reminding. And it's also got a huge social history in the city as well. It was the gathering place after the Oklahoma City bombing, where all of the families and media came, and was the social center during that really sad time in our history. The building has been for sale for a while. I have some contacts in the planning department who are telling me that they're getting inquiries from potential buyers asking what the restrictions are for demolition. And it's not in an HP district, so there are 0 restrictions. And I'm just very worried that this building will meet the same fate as Founders Bank on May did last fall. So I would love to get the ball rolling on getting this declared a landmark. And that would not necessarily protect it from demolition either, but it would add a layer that is not there now, to where it would have to go before review before it's demolished. And like what happened with Founders Bank, it would not happen with First Christian Church, where there's a demo permit at 8 o'clock and Midwest Wrecking's tearing it down at 8:30. I think this is a vital building in our city, in our state, one of the most architecturally distinctive buildings in the entire United States, and well worth looking at to being declared a landmark. Thank you.
How far is it from it must be right on the border of the
I think it's right on the border. I think Crown Heights is just on the other side, and then you have Edgemere Park across the street. But Edgemere Heights is not HP, and I think the church sits in Edgemere Heights.
Lynn, do you know what's happening at the corner of 36 and Walker on the southeast
I
corner?
don't know what's happening there. I just saw them clearing land a couple weeks ago, and I know that there was a condo development that was going to go in there, but I'm not sure what's going in there now.
Okay. It's been for sale for so long, and finally,
right,
dirt moving. I was surprised to see that. And there also is Trinity School.
Yes.
Right there on that church property.
It was in the old rec center, yeah.
But so I've been told that the school's having to relocate.
Right.
And that the church is going to move into that space.
Well, I mean, the whole property's for sale. I mean, if new owners would let them do that, that's a possibility. But I think everything's up in the air right now. I just, as soon as I heard that there were inquiries from potential owners about it being demolished, just kind of got terrified and would like to try to do something about it.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Meg, do you know what's like? Can you expand a HP district? Would that just be a monster undertaking?
It would be a monster undertaking. I mean, I think you have to get a petition signed by more than 50% of the people, although, that's a really active neighborhood. The last time I remember something happened, I lived there for a long time. And
2008.
Yes, there was an attempt to purchase the church property and do a mixed-use housing, townhouses, retail on that site, and the application was finally withdrawn.
Well, and also I think that's when the economy busted, too, and that kind of put that on hold.
Right. So it would take the neighborhood, being willing to organize to add that, and you'd have to, in this case, the property owner would also be one that would have to be willing to do that.
But so that is a possibility?
I think so. Well, I've got Ed Miller neighborhood, is interested in becoming a historic neighborhood. And so you've got to work with planning commission, and you've got to go around and get all the petitions signed.
And then you can designate
And then you
yourself?
can designate yourself. You can choose to do that.
Okay. Thanks.
Unfortunately, I feel like with this project, with this church, there may not be the time to do something like that. And I know the Planning Commission has been doing this 2-year study, but how many buildings are we going to lose before they come back with their results as well?
So I have a question for you. Sure. What would you like to see happen to that property?
You know, I mean, I do not, I think it's a huge property. It's 30 acres. I'm not saying some of it couldn't be developed. All around there is residential. I could certainly see some, condos or something going up there. I'm not opposed to development, but I think you can do that in a respectful way and keep the buildings there as well, and, reuse them somehow, event center, church, I'm not even sure, but I'm not saying that the entire 30 acres has to be pristine, because I think that would be kind of unrealistic.
So when you say continue to use it as an event center or church, so someone has to be interested in utilizing it that way, right?
Yes.
So you're not suggesting that the city come in and buy it and hold on to it?
No, I'm asking you to declare it a landmark, which just means simply that it's recognized as a historic property one step beyond being on the National Register. And if someone does want to come in and demo it, they can't get a permit at 8 and tear it down at 8:30. It would just add a layer of review to that, to where people would have a time to breathe and seriously consider any kind of request like that.
So, and I'm not arguing with you.
No,
I really agree with you, but just playing devil's advocate a little bit. We talk about trying to make sure that eventually we get some teeth in this, right, when we do it, so that we don't have those types of things happen. But playing that devil's advocate side, as a property owner, right, I struggle a little bit with telling somebody what they have to do with their property after they already have that piece of property, so that that property doesn't have the value that it once had or that they thought it had, especially if you're buying something potentially in disrepair or something like that, where all of a sudden they're stuck with it. But we can all feel good about ourselves because we saved a neat building. That's the piece that I struggle with a little bit.
And in this case, the building has not been sold yet. So if it could be declared a landmark before that, then any new owner would come in knowing that.
It's currently still owned by the church, correct?
Correct.
And that is an important distinction, that it hasn't been sold to this entity. I mean, even if we declare it a landmark, it has no teeth. It's not going to protect it.
Well, as on the National Register, that is correct. It doesn't have any...
So, I mean, what about the HP? What about polling and surveying the neighborhood to see, do you want to extend the HP neighborhood just across the street? And that, I mean, if you were thinking about buying it and demolishing it, would you think twice if it looked like there was mass mobilization to extend the HP neighborhood to include this?
I mean, if I were to buy it, I wouldn't be wanting to demolish it anyway. But,
No, I know.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I mean, to me, that's the only thing that gets you some extra protection, is actually including it in the HP district. Even if we declare it a landmark, it doesn't do anything.
Well, as a landmark, it does add another layer. From my understanding, is if it's a landmark, then it would actually have to go before review before someone could get a demo permit. That was my understanding, is what you get when you get a landmark. So it wouldn't be like now it's on the National Register and someone could take it down tomorrow.
Right.
But being declared a landmark, there would actually have to be a review process. And that would at least add another layer to where it wouldn't be taken down in the middle of the night like, so many buildings are.
Right. Okay, is that true, Kenny? Is that?
I believe it is. I need to verify that by looking at our HP ordinance, but I'm pretty sure if it's a historic landmark, it's going to have to go through to the HP Commission and get a CA before it could be demolished, I believe.
If it's in the HP district.
Or even if it's just a historic landmark. I can verify that by looking at the code.
But is that by our action or by the state's action? The state would have...
Is it in the CMZ? Is this in the Capital Medical Zoning
This is a
District?
different area. She's talking about a different landmark.
So it's
This is the corner of 36 and Walker.
Yeah,
36 in
that's,
North Walker.
But
that's
it
subject to
sounds like the
city
premise
zoning.
is the same, if I'm not
Right.
mistaken.
It's subject to city zoning.
So you could declare it, I guess I'm confused about a historic place versus a landmark versus a...
Our ordinance has designation. It can be in an HP district, or it can be designated an HP landmark, and here's Aubrey. She can probably, she can probably answer your, if we declare it, put it as an HP landmark, it
Right.
still goes to the HP Commission.
Yes,
for
there's
its
two
demolition.
types of zoning designations that council can vote to apply to a property. One is historic preservation and one is a historic landmark. The landmark is an overlay, and it still is under the purview of the HP Commission, and it is a zoning of the property that stays with the property, so it's subject to approvals from the HP Commission for any renovation, demolition, or new construction.
Would that cover the whole piece of property, or are you able to parcel it out
You're able to define the extent of the zoning district.
without
It could
having to
be-
repparcel the
It could be
property?
a single building, it could be a site,
So you don't have
it
to
could be a
replat?
district. Right, no.
Thank you.
And right now, the National Register covers the entire site. So it covers the entire, like the youth center and the Disciples Building, too.
So you can use this national landmark designation throughout the city? I mean,
It's actually a designation by the city under the city's zoning ordinance. It would be the council putting it as a historic landmark under our zoning code.
so it
It's
could also
it's
apply to what-
different than the National Register.
But it could also apply to what Nikki was talking about earlier?
No, because we don't have zoning jurisdiction over that. That is in the Capital Medical Zoning District, and under state law, they have exclusive zoning control and exclusive control over alterations to any structure in that district. It's under the control of the state. It's the Capital Medical Zoning Commission.
Okay,
Which is why it's important for us to recognize it, for them to also recognize it.
okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
What happens if the state recognizes it? Or
If I'm not mistaken, if the state recognizes it, then that it would have more teeth, if that's a word to use to describe it.
Yes. I don't think they have an actual zoning designation for it, but I'm not up on the state zoning regulations, but
And to Todd's point, if I could, it's just, this is the conundrum of historic preservation and, trying to save these buildings versus redevelopment of properties. It's a constant clash, and there has to be a champion. And, sometimes that can be the National Trust for Historic Preservation. We can see if we can get this building listed. You could see if you want, get it listed on the most endangered properties.
It's
And
been listed, and it will be this year as well.
Katie, glad you're here. So, people work on that, but, you have to have three things, basically. I always look at historic preservation as a three-legged stool. You have to have a great piece of property to start with, but you have to have a champion, and you have to have the resources. And you can't force those things. I mean, somebody has to care enough to be able to invest the resources, because we can't just, let it go into neglect or demolition by neglect, which we've seen happen a
Countless
lot.
times.
And so this is a really hard job that Katie's got and that the city has to try to figure out how to balance all of this. And if you can find, the perfect adaptive reuse, I mean, we've seen it happen so successfully all around this city. It's the best recycling, it's the best, green kind of project we could do. But you have to find somebody that's willing to take it on, that has the resources to do it.
Meg, to your earlier point, I mean, we can be a partner in the resources. I mean, maybe we can be a bridge with CDBG funds or, low or no interest loans to be a partner to help that adaptive reuse. I mean, yeah.
So, and just again, you're not representing the church?
No, my grandfather was one of the architects of the church. I have a group called the Okie Mod Squad. We love mid-century modern architecture, and I'm just a personal concerned citizen.
And I love the architecture, so I'm behind you 100%. But it seems like, why wouldn't you start with the church?
Well, if they're selling the building to someone who wants to demolish it, then I don't think they'd be too receptive to something like this.
And we know why they wouldn't be receptive, right?
Well,
Is it value, I'm guessing?
I wouldn't say value. I would say there would be another hurdle for the new owner to jump through before they could demolish it.
So I would hope the hurdle would be there so that they wouldn't demolish it. But if they can't demolish it, then it hurts the value, right?
It's not that they cannot demolish it. It's just that it adds a layer, and it adds the layer in the review process. It could still be, if it is declared a landmark and new owners want to demolish it, they could still do it. It would just go through, I'm assuming, the planning board, whereas right now it would go through nobody, and it would get a permit to be knocked down. So it just adds one layer. It adds review. It lets the public come in and maybe have a say as to what they think about it. We learned with Founders Bank in October, that's what happens when there's no review. The building is gone in 30 minutes. And so really this just adds that one layer to where there can be a conversation about it without the building being gone and there not being a conversation.
But honestly, at the end of the day, your goal is for it not to be demolished.
Of course.
Okay. So with that in mind, what I'm saying is, it seems like, I don't know, I guess I'm talking in circles. I don't think I'm being very clear.
No, I think you're being very clear, and I'm going to bounce back and say if it's declared a landmark before it's bought, then the owners know what they're getting into beforehand.
We do have...
That they won't be able to demolish it.
We do have some examples of where delay in public participation resulted in saving, like the Class and Circle. Right. Brahms was going to come in and demolish it, but you got public participation, and you got Brahms thinking about it some more, and then eventually you got a new partner that saw the interest from the community in the land and the real estate, and is now repurposing it. But if somebody had just been able to get a permit, demolish it with no public discussion whatsoever, you would have lost that opportunity to find that third party that did want to come in and invest in it and do adaptive reuse.
So when I see the language in here saying they should never be demolished, right? That brings a little concern to me, I'll admit. And what I'm trying to figure out is how we, and I'm not saying I'm against this. I mean, I'm honestly for it. I just want to make sure that we're doing it in the right way, where if I own a piece of property, and I know we all love telling everyone what they should do with their property, but if I own a piece of property and then you come in and start placing hurdles on what I can do with that property as I sell it, outside of the norm, like regular zoning, then it's hurting me as an individual.
But I don't think you would be insensitive to the community when you purchase that property either, going in knowing that this property means so much to the community and to the women who paved the way for them to have this particular property, when the conversation in the beginning was, let's rehab and renovate. So I think that's where this particular conversation is quite different, obviously, with the church. But I'm not saying that we should, as the property owner, they can do what they want, obviously, but I think it's very insensitive when we have people, again, that go in to purchase something, knowing the history of it, and they don't care, or they just feel that it's necessary for them to do something different, even with the history that's in front. And there was a landmark, a marker that was on this particular property that is now gone. It's not even there, so it's not even recognized at this time. of its significance and importance. So that's erased. So it's up to us, in my opinion, again, for us to make sure that that history stays put and it is never erased for the people of that community. That's just my argument for it.
What happened to the marker?
I don't know.
And again, I don't disagree with you at all. I fully support what you're trying to do. I just think we need to make sure that we hear from the property owner at the same time so that we can just hear their side of it. And maybe we need to stress to them the historical significance of it.
But they already know. So, I mean, that's why I came forward with this, because they already know. This is the conversation they already had compared to this new conversation.
Sure.
So it's not as if they didn't know it. And for me to sit down and tell them again, I'm just, in some aspects, speaking to deaf ears because they already know.
And I would agree that any potential buyer of the church knows it as well.
Mm-hmm. All right. Any further discussion on this? Thank you. We also have one other person who signed up, Ronnie Kirk. Ronnie, I think you know the drill, but if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address and keeping your remarks to 3 minutes or less.
My name is Ronnie Kirk from Ward 7. Address is 2328 North Missouri. First of all, I'd say, like, I'm so proud. This week, my granddaughter at school asked her to make a report on who famous people that she wanted to present to the school. On her report, she put Michelle Obama, President Obama, and she put her grandfather, Ronnie Kirk. In 2 days, the school sent an email to my grandson, told him I had been accepted for her to make a presentation at the school about me. I've been to over 40 city council meetings. Since March the 27th, I've been to 8 this year. But I came down here to speak on behalf of the Ward 7 justice seekers. As everybody knows, the grandparents is raising most of the grandkids now to make things better for our grandkids. So what I come down and speak on is for our parks on the northeast side of town. Our grandparents, we're trying to get together where we can take our kids to these parks. On all the parks on the northeast side of town, all together, has 10 tables, 10. Lincoln Park was developed about the same time with about the same amount of acreage. I physically counted all the tables at Lincoln Park. There's 82 tables, 82. And for all our parks on the northeast side of town, we only have 10, only 10. If we went to the parks on the northeast side of town, took the older people, we got bad hips, arthritis, if we made a pallet on the floor to have a picnic, we can't even get off the ground. Have to have people help us up, not just the kids. We want to enjoy the parks with our kids also. And for years ago, Lincoln Park was built for white people. They gave all the tables they needed, 82 tables. And for our communities on the northeast side of town, today we only have 10 tables combined at all our parks. I even went around on 63rd, out there by the Broadway extension, because I hadn't counted the table at that point. It's not even one out there. So I come to this community, to the city council leaders, put us some tables over there so we can take our kids, since we're raising all our grandkids. You already said the young people, we raising our kids, the grandparents. Give us some tables where we can go enjoy ourselves with our kids.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Thank you. Oh, and one more thing.
Well, you're at 4 minutes, Ronnie. Can we?
Okay. I also spoke on 1140 AM radio station yesterday. And I told all the grandparents, talk to your kids today, not tomorrow, next, at the end of the year. Talk to them now. They finna combine all the schools together. With all these gangs all around town, we finna bring our kids together. They need to learn how to get along with each other, because the future is here today. It's not tomorrow. The future is here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Y'all have a good day.
You too. All right, we've got 4 items we previously approved under executive session. We'll go handle that. We'll come back and also potentially consider a resolution. Okay, we are back from executive session, and we do have some business. Returning to item 9H1, this was previously approved this morning by the council, and I believe we would like to entertain a motion to possibly rescind that approval.
I would make a motion to rescind.
Okay. And a second. We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on the rescinding of the previous approval? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now I think we would like to potentially consider the resolution again, but potentially with an amendment first.
And I have the language for the amendment. You'd amend the title and also the resolving clause by adding at the end that it's contingent upon the City of Oklahoma City and City of Mustang entering into a MOU regarding infrastructure and services. So we'd add that to those two places.
I'll move the item with that amendment.
Okay. Kenny, do I need to vote on the amendment first and then the item? Yes. Okay. So we have the motion and a second. I'll consider it on the amendment as stated by the municipal councilor. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we're on the item as amended, 9H1, a resolution authorizing and directing the municipal councilor to enter into a settlement in Walton VOKC.
Move the item.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to the extra item. This was extra item 1 under items requiring separate votes. This is a resolution approving the compromise and settlement agreement entered into with IAFF Local 157. Do we want to entertain a motion? I would entertain a motion on that.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second for the resolution. Any discussion? Seeing none. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That concludes our business today, and we are adjourned.